Good evening, everyone. I'm going to call this December 5 Instruction Work Group meeting to order. We have no public speakers tonight. However, we do have 5 written statements, 2 opposed to the removal of standalone honors courses, but in support of the addition of universal honors to 9th grade core classes, 2 opposed to the elimination of standalone honors courses, and 1 in support of the reinstatement of Dr. Copeland as Senate Principal. Moving on to the approval of minutes. I move to approve the minutes from the Instruction Work Group meeting dated November 7th, 2022. Second, Board Member Simkin. All those in favor? Motion carries 6-0. All right, and moving on to the first item tonight, item 4.1, an update on health services. Nurse Carrie, are you with us tonight?
Hi, good evening, everyone. So for our COVID numbers, we are definitely seeing an increase in the number of COVID cases that we have. It has increased a little bit. We had been trending down quite steadily, but I think overall we are just seeing lots of respiratory viruses in our school, not necessarily just COVID. We have RSV, we have the common cold, and we also have influenza. So just a reminder to everyone, if you are having any respiratory symptoms and you're negative for COVID and you're feeling well enough to come to school, that everyone should be wearing a mask while they're having respiratory symptoms to try to help kind of stop the spread of all the respiratory viruses. Overall, though, we're doing quite well with our numbers. It's kind of what we expected post coming back from break. We were expecting to see an increase. So none of this is shocking information for us. In addition, with that, we just received another shipment of just under 4,000 home rapid antigen test kits. We've already distributed 2 shipments so far. So this is our 3rd shipment. So just under 12,000 rapid antigen kits for our school district. And the nurses have those in those health office. Our staff and students and families are all welcome to those tests. We continue to distribute them to people that need them. And then we are also hosting upcoming this month 2 vaccine clinics. We will be offering COVID, flu, and Tdap vaccines. The first one is on Thursday, December 15th at Leopold Elementary School. And the next one is on Monday, December 19th at Lakeview Elementary School. So right after school gets out at both of those clinics. We are excited. The last 2 clinics we had, we gave over 600, just under 600 vaccines. So we're really excited for these 2 clinics. And that's kind of the end of our activity until we head into winter break. So that is it for my report. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any questions from board members? Board Member Nichols.
I don't have a question, but I did notice in your memo that you are going to be stepping down from the Director of Health Services role and still being on the team. So I just wanted to come on to say thank you so much for your outstanding leadership. You have led us through another successful start to the year and just all of the mitigation strategies. And so I'm glad that you're staying with MMSD, but I just wanted to acknowledge your leadership. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Board Member Gomez-Schmidt.
Yeah, thank you. I also just wanted to come on and thank Carrie for her work. In addition to continuing to lead on COVID and the vaccinations and all the respiratory illness mitigation. I know that one of the important tasks you've been doing this year is addressing the many other health issues that may have not gotten as much attention during the pandemic, but are essential work in our schools. And so thank you for that work and for leading. And I don't think this is necessarily a question for you, Carrie, but I understand that parts of your role have been divided in a new way. is there going to be a new director of health services, and who will be the point person for the health services to work? I see you're still going to be working with the Board of Education.
I can take that for Carrie. So Carrie and her leadership team, we're incredibly lucky because not only is Carrie fantastic, but those that she leads are as well. So we've reviewed their job description, Carrie's job description, and assigned duties as such. I will be the administrative point person in the short term. I am not a healthcare provider, however, so I will depend on the leadership team for those type of supports and resources. We are working through the budget approval process, interrogating each of our positions and making sure that they're structured and organized in the way that we want them to be. But I do anticipate, and I'm hopeful that we will be able to post their position soon.
Okay, thank you. And again, thank you, Carrie, for your work. I'll look forward to that update because I do think Carrie has played an incredible, important role as we have worked through all the health issues this year and in the previous years. So thank you.
I could not agree more. She has been a lifesaver, truly.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Nurse Carrie, for your leadership and keeping our students and staff safe and providing the board with important information to make decisions. So I look forward to seeing you in your new role. All right. And moving on to item 5.1, we will be talking about our annual enrollment and long-term data projections for the district. And for this presentation, we will have Ms. Cindy Green and Grady Brown from Research and Innovation and Sarah Kemp from the UW-Madison Applied Population Lab.
Good evening, and thank you, Board Member Castro. I am going to pause for 1 minute because I am virtual, as you can all see, but Grady Brown, I believe, is there in person. So I just want to make sure he is either joining virtually via Zoom while being there or is at the mic. So from a logistical standpoint, since I can't see, I just want to.
He's here, Cindy.
Okay, thank you. I think that was Board Member Nichols. Okay, and is he at a microphone or is he at a?
Yeah, he just came up to the podium.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I just, without being able to see before I got too far down, I wanted to make sure we were set on logistics since we're doing this for the first time. Okay, good evening, everybody. Jesse, could you please go to the next slide? So as we do in every presentation, we want to ground everybody in our district vision in terms of every school being a thriving school that will prepare every one of our students to graduate prepared for college, career, and community. Next slide, please. And definitely centering our core values as a system. I hope each presentation that you see tonight, you will see how we are uplifting our core values. Next slide. And our 3 strategic goals as we think about every piece of work that we do as a system and what you will hear tonight, trying to ensure that our strategies, our goals, and our priorities uplift all 3 of our goals with an intentional focus on goal 3, ensuring that our students that have been historically excluded, those that identify as African American, will excel in school. Next slide, please. So we have quite a few presentations, and as Board Member Castro indicated, we are starting with enrollment. So we have 2 outcomes for tonight. We want to first provide for you and go into some detail on our current enrollment as of our 3rd Friday count for this year and discuss some of what we believe is influencing our enrollment. And then secondarily, we have our colleagues from the UW-Madison Applied Population Lab, APL that we call it, about where we are going as a system and what they are projecting for our enrollment over the next few years. So with that, that, I am going to turn it over to Grady. As we're thinking about what we're learning, both current state and future, we want to be thinking about our budgetary implications that may come into play with what we are learning about our enrollment and what we need to think about moving forward. So with that, I'll turn it over to Grady Brown.
Little different from joining from my bedroom, so sorry about that. We're learning. But yeah, we do want to thank members of the board and Dr. Jenkins for giving us some time here today. I'm really excited to be here with Sarah Kemp from the University of Wisconsin-Madison's Applied Population Lab. Jesse, you want to hit the next slide? That'd be great. We're going to talk about our enrollment and enrollment projections. So to start things off on the next slide, a little tall, so I'm going to move this up a little bit. All right. I just wanted to ground folks a little bit and give a little bit of background about where we are today and kind of where we are moving forward. When we talk about enrollment, we're talking about our third Friday of September enrollment counts that we present to DPI every year. Those are what we use also when we run the projections. Now, the prior 2 years, we did 1 year projections, and we did that with our team. This year and moving forward, we're really excited to be partnering with the University of Wisconsin-Madison's Applied Populations Lab and Sarah to get back to those 5-year projections. And so very excited in a moment to hand things over to Sarah to talk about those 5-year projections. If you hit the next slide, while there's a little bit of differences, there's some similarities in the driving questions here that we're trying to respond to again this year. And the first one is looking at, well, what does our enrollment look like right now? Secondly, we'll kind of try and look at what might be impacting the current enrollment since the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic. And then third, I'll pass it over to Sarah and we'll talk about, well, what does our enrollment look like moving forward? What do we project our enrollment to be over the next 5 years? If you want to hit the next slide. So when we look at our enrollment, we saw that there was a decrease of about 250 students this year compared to last year. That's a slowing decrease that we've seen since the beginning of the COVID pandemic. We saw an increase in our 4K enrollment, but decreases in our overall elementary, middle, and high school enrollment this year. If you hit the next slide. So while that enrollment number changed, we also looked at the demographic makeup of our students. And we know that there were changes over the last 3 years, sorry about that. But the proportion of our students actually remained relatively stable when we're looking at race ethnicity. Here we're providing the numbers and the proportionate makeup there at the bottom. So again, relatively stable over the last 5 years, even with that shift in enrollment number. We hit the next slide. Again, a lot of stability when we look at other demographic groups, English language learners, students who are receiving IEPs, advanced learners, and students who are eligible free and reduced lunch. Certainly some differences over the last 5 years, but again, relatively stable, not a lot of changes across a lot of those demographic groupings, even with that change in enrollment number. Hit the next slide. Finally, we really want to just call out and make sure that folks are aware that enrollment's fluid throughout the year. We look at that third Friday count certainly, but throughout the course of the year, that enrollment's going to shift up and down. And we took a snapshot actually 2 weeks ago just to kind of show what that looks like. There's an increase of 213 students relative to that third Friday count. So just keeping in mind that enrollment changes throughout the year, and that's important to remember. So we hit the next slide. Now thinking about, okay, that's what our enrollment looks like. What might be impacting some of the trends that we see? If we hit the next slide. First, I want to ground us in some context here and look nationally at what public school enrollment looks like. We've seen that particularly since the beginning of the pandemic, there's been decreases in enrollment. And not just decreases, but when we look forward, there's projected continued slight decreases in the upcoming years nationally. If you hit the next slide. When we zoom in and look at the state of Wisconsin, the story is very similar, that public school districts over the last 10 years have faced a lot of declining enrollment. Between 1920 and 2021, there's a 3% decline in enrollment of public schools. So the reality is that the story that we're facing, I got to stop hitting that mic, sorry about that, and the trends that we see within Madison are happening across the state, they're happening across the country. That's the reality of public school enrollment. Just really wanted to provide that context. If you hit the next slide, we'll start zooming into Madison and kind of looking at some things that we like to analyze when we're thinking about enrollment. One of the first things that we look at is the impact of open enrollment. Here we're showing the effect of open enrollment enters, students entering the district through open enrollment, as well as leavers, students who are leaving the district through open enrollment. And what we noticed this year was that net effect ended up being 174 more negative compared to last year. So fewer students entering the district through open enrollment, more students leaving the district through open enrollment relative to last year. If you hit the next slide, just looking at where those students go. Monona Grove continues to be the district where most of those students are open enrolling into. We also called out the Verona this year, that 60 increase in enrollment leavers into Verona was just something we wanted to note and call out this year. But here we can see that there's a number of school districts, mostly around the Madison area, where our students are open enrolling into. And if you hit the next slide. Finally, we just want to look at enrollment trends a little bit differently. This actually came out of a conversation that we all had last year when we were thinking of looking cohort to cohort rather than third grade to third grade. And so we wanted to show what the average cohort movement looked like to better understand our own enrollment trends. When we look on the graphic on the left, this is just showing the years without the last 3 years. So without that impact of COVID, kind of on average, what do our cohort movements look like? So we're averaging a lot of different cohorts over a lot of different years to show that it's pretty normal to see increase or a high enrollment in kindergarten that tends to slightly decrease. And I really want to call out that the axis, we kind of zoomed in here just to show some of that patterns. But we see slight decreases all the way through the end of middle school, a bump up in high school, and then pretty stable thereafter. So that's pretty typical enrollment trends as our cohorts move grade to grade. Now, when we look at the last 3 years and we factor in COVID, that graphic on the right, that green line is then bringing in those numbers from the last 3 years. And what we see is a pretty similar trend. There's that, again, gradual decrease into middle school. We do see some small gaps in those early grades. We know that, one of the things we've been talking about, and Sarah will certainly touch on this in a little bit, declining birth rates is something that's happening across the country, certainly here within our own district, and that's probably accounting for some of those gaps that we see. Very interesting to see those gaps start to disappear once we get into middle school. But again, this is just a different way of thinking about our enrollment year to year. If you hit the next slide, this will be just one last different way of looking at that cohort movement grade to grade. Here we're looking at progression rates, progression ratios over the last several years. And when we're talking about progression ratios, what we're talking about is the number of students in a grade this year relative to the grade below the year before. So for example, if we had 1,000 fourth grade students this year and 1,000 third grade students last year, that grade below, that progression rate would be 1, right? It's the same. If we had more fourth graders this year relative to third graders last year, that progression rate would be above 1. Fewer fourth graders compared to third graders, it would be below 1. So when we're looking at this graphic, that dotted line is telling us a grade to grade progression rate of 1, just to provide some context. And what we see kind of lines up with that graphic before. The colored dots are the last 3 years. The 2 bluish colored dots are the first 2 years of the pandemic. That orange colored dot is the most recent year. And we see that they're relatively a little bit lower, particularly in those early grade levels. Again, kind of what we'd expect when we were looking at that graphic below. The one thing we did want to call out that we want to pay attention to perhaps in the upcoming years is looking at that 6th and 9th grade. You'll see relative to those gray dots, which are pre-pandemic, they stayed relatively low. And those, of course, are entry points into middle school and high school. So really wanting to look at that, in future years to kind of see what's happening there. But again, these last 2 slides are just different ways that we can think about that enrollment and the movement there. So with that, I'm really excited to hand things over to Sarah, who's going to talk about that third and final question, thinking about projecting our enrollment. So I'm going to have Sarah come on up and I'm going to swap places.
Thank you for having me tonight. So I'm really appreciative of Grady kind of explaining these last 2 slides. Keep those that information in mind as I go forward and talk about the projections this year. So if we go to the next slide, we're going to look at the enrollment projections for the next 5 years, and I'll just explain the methodology. So the next slide is an intro to who I am, my number, and my email if you want to contact me later. If we look at the next slide, we see that births are very integral in determining future kindergartners. And so I just wanted to highlight this particular graph that shows the long-term trend of births over the last 18 years. And then if we look at a more recent 5-year trend, that's the blue line, we see that that trend has been is declining. It's a steeper decline than if we just look at it in a long-term trend. And you can see each year, these are the births for the city of Madison and the city of Fitchburg. And so if we go to the next slide, as Grady mentioned, I am using the grade progression ratio or the cohort component method as the district always has in the past. I also use that same method at the Applied Population Laboratory. One difference is that I always provide several models looking at those grade progression ratios in a 10-year trend, a 5-year trend, and a 3-year trend. And so what this chart is showing you is those 3 models and how those enrollment projections may look for those 3 models. And then when I'm determining kindergartners for the future, I look at that long-term trend, which was more gradual decline in births to project the 4K and the kindergartners. And then I use that recent birth trend for the 5-year and the 3-year. Now, in this situation, we're only looking at the next 5 years of projections. And so those are actually using actual births. But if we were to project out further, those would be the things I would be looking at. So if we look at these 3 models, I looked also at last year's report to see how best to provide one set of projections for you. And so what I determined was to use that 5-year trend model was probably the best because that's what you've been doing. It is also about the average of these 3 models as well. When I averaged out all 3 of them, it turned out to be pretty close to the 5-year trend. And so I decided that was the best model. It's also probably a little better at this stage of the game to use more recent trends like recent births, recent enrollment to project future students because of all the changes that have occurred due to the pandemic, due to declining births. All of these things are factors that are affecting your enrollment. So to be consistent, I'll share the 5 years. So if we look at the next slide, this just gives you those 5 years of projections, total numbers, as well as by grade and by grade grouping. And so you can see here for next year, we are showing about a 566 decline in population in the enrollment for the entire district. And then you can see that trend going forward. It's pretty similar, losing about anywhere between 300 to 500 students per year. And this is just breaking down the percentages. About 10% decline is anticipated in the next 5 years. These are all projecting 5 years from now, and then you can see from each year. And I won't read all these numbers to you. You can do that yourself. So if that's what I wanted to cover. If there's any questions for me, I'm happy to take them. Or if you want any more explanation, to do that.
Decent start point. Or Cindy, did you have anything to say?
I just wanted to go through the next 2 slides and then pause for discussion if that is okay.
Cool.
Thank you so much. So I didn't want us to miss an opportunity to talk about what the current and future investments are for MMSD, some of the priorities that we have that will be most impactful for our current students that we have, and also future students that choose to attend MMSD or those that will be joining us at the early grades. So just a reminder that we are continuing to invest in full day 4K, thinking about our earliest learners learners and how important it is to continue to expand our full day 4K. Later on tonight, you're going to hear a little bit about where we are around early literacy and our focus continuing to be unapologetic about our focus on the science of reading and literacy as a priority for all of our scholars. We continue to focus on expansion of dual language and continuing to grow our world languages, as we know these are critically important characteristics and competencies that we want our students to have as they become college, career, community ready. A focus on innovative teaching, continuing to center social emotional learning and mental health supports for all of our students as we are coming out of the pandemic. We know that is also a priority. As we're thinking about what our students need as they leave us to be prepared for post-high school, continuing to think about those industry certification opportunities and growing that in terms of the articulated skills trades. The arts, another area that we have made significant investments for our scholars, as well as thinking about how we improve our focus areas around financial literacy. We know it's a graduation requirement, and we want to really think about the tools every student needs to be able to be self-sufficient and manage their own finances, as well as be financially aware of the costs when they leave high school and go into post-high school life. Next slide, Jesse. We are continuing to think about tutoring as we're coming out of the pandemic, and we know we needed to focus on acceleration. How do we think about leveraging during the school day tutoring as well as after school tutoring, as that is a area of intervention that seems to show one of the greatest areas of growth. Our facilities through the referendum and through our work and what we have from one-time dollars of ESSER, continuing to create 21st century learning spaces for our students. You'll hear a little more tonight around how we're continuing to think about increased opportunities for advanced coursework for our students to leave with something tangible in hand upon graduation, focusing on staff diversity, our village builders, which is part of staff diversity and which is part of a grow your own opportunity, beginning to think about how we become a global advisor and we create a global advisory so that we can be a world district that is a place where people across the world come to view our site, and the expansion of co-curriculars, because we know that is not only creating a sense of belonging for students, but also has a direct tie to increased academics. So while we are thinking about the enrollment projections and current state, I wanted to make sure that we did not end tonight without talking about the amazing things happening here in MMSD for our scholars that attend our district. Board Member Castro, I will turn it back to you for a discussion now. And Jesse, you can take us off slide show. Thanks.
All right, any questions, wonderings, musings, comments? Board Member Nichols, followed by Board Member Gomez Schmidt.
Yes, thank you so much for all of the data, the graphics, the visuals to help us kind of wrap our head around current state with enrollment as well as future state. I do have just a couple of questions. So one is, I noticed in the slide where we start to look forward, there's a projection of even a decline in 4K. And I'm wondering, is that attributed only to birth rates, or is, when we look at it from an enrollment perspective, might it have anything else to do with our 4K strategy of going to full day, or I don't, yeah.
No, it is strictly based on birth and
Okay.
going forward with those births. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
When we looked at the cohort slide, it looked like in both COVID years and non-COVID years, we see that decline in middle school, 6th through 8th grades, and then quite a big bump at 9th grade. So I'm trying to better understand what that means. Does it mean that families are choosing to take their children
Mostly
out of our
private,
middle
right.
schools and then coming back for the high school experience? Or am I
Yeah. No,
reaching?
mostly almost every district will see this in ninth grade, from, individuals that send their children to private schools. And then up through middle school and then enter the public high school. And Grady agrees with that statement here. Yeah.
Thank you for that. Okay.
Yeah.
And then my last question, I think for right now is, I did notice that in the demographics, although we hold fairly steady with our kind of racial demographics of students, as well as some of the other characteristics of their learner, of their, you know, of how we see them as learners, there was a decline in free and reduced lunch. And I'm curious why we think that has shifted from like 51% of students in 2018-19 being in households that were eligible for free and reduced lunch to now 45%. And I'm wondering if that's a way that we're collecting the data or if there might be some other explanation.
Yeah, it's a good call because it was the one demographic group where we did see a little bit of fluctuation relative to the other ones. I can check with our enrollment team as well before we respond and kind of talk about that, because it could be that during the pandemic, I don't know if there were shifts in how we're able to collect that information through that process. So we'll check on that and get back to you on that.
We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now? Yeah, it's up. Can you hear me now? Somebody? Okay. So there were some not necessarily complications, but during the pandemic and how we were doing at the front part of it too, with lunch and everybody getting lunch and how we provided it. The application process has also been somewhat cumbersome. And even in this last year, a little bit more complicated for our families than what it had been in years past. So we'll get back with you with the exact answer. Mr. Hodo and I had talked about this several times throughout this process. So that impact those particular numbers, because we didn't decrease the number of students of poverty, but the process did to complicate some things, particularly with our English language learner families too, who were impacted.
Board Member Gomez Schmidt, followed by Board Member Muldrow.
Thanks.
Followed by Board Member Simpson.
Thank you for your presentation on this. I have a question about the variables that feed into these projections going forward. And I know that this particular projection includes both birth rates and then our trend in cohort declining from, say, kindergarten through 8th grade and those that we historically see. I'm curious, 2 questions. What % change in enrollment does birth rate account for? Because we talk about this a lot, of birth rate being the main factor. If you were to take all the factors that play into enrollment in a public school district, what % do you think, or do you have any guess, does birth rate account for?
So what we're doing is we're looking at what the actual birth numbers are, how many births occur within the municipality, these 2 municipalities. And then we're looking at that ratio of B to K. How many births or children are you seeing 5 years later in the kindergarten grades? And so, kindergarten classes. And so if you look at this 10-year, 5-year, and 3-year trend, you're looking at an average anywhere between around 61% all the way down to about 52% of those births are entering into Madison School District. So it's looking at what that ratio is and just projecting it forward using live births, actual births.
One of my other questions is there a way, knowing that there are other variables affecting how many students are in a city or are needing to or wanting to access public education? A couple of variables that I think about is our city's focus on affordable housing right now will potentially bring more people into our city. Dane County's continued growth, economic growth, brings jobs to the county and to the city. Is there a way to sort of add that to the equation as we're looking and trying to predict our enrollment?
It would be somewhat difficult. You could make some assumptions on looking at future housing and determine maybe a ratio of children to homes and kind of add that in addition to. It's kind of a separate type of model that sometimes is utilized to use housing as a component. The economic factor is always a little bit more challenging with school enrollment projections, always has been. I think oftentimes of Janesville and when they lost the GM plant and what all that went on there, you know, it can be something positive as well that can happen. And, you know, you bring in, but it tends to be when you bring in new businesses, it's a more gradual change usually. If it's something that's more of a building on that economic development over time, you would see that in your ratios over a course of many years as that development grew.
Okay. Okay. Thank you
Mhm.
for answering that question. I appreciate that. That's all the questions that
Okay.
I have for you. I do have a couple of questions for Cindy. And I'm just thinking of the list that you provided about the current and future investments that we're making. And I'm wondering, you know, there's a lot of strategies listed there. And do you have any thoughts on which of those will be the most effective in retaining and attracting students to our district? Because that's the one thing I think we need to start discussing is how are we going to decrease this trend of students starting in kindergarten and then we lose a little bit of cohort all the way through to those grade level cohorts. I don't know, any thoughts on that? And then my other question is, how can the board assist with developing a strategic vision, you know, needed to address the challenges of declining enrollment?
Yeah, I will answer both of those. I think my response to the first question is many of those I think work in concert together. And what I think is going to be really important is what we learn from our strategic framework recalibration, both in terms of what are we seeing in the data and what are we hearing from families to be able to tighten up that list more to answer your question, Chris. I think we're learning a lot in what we're hearing from students and families that I think will better answer that question once we have that final list of data. In terms of the second, I mean, I think, and this is probably more for Dr. Jenkins, but I'll start by saying, I think one, it's critically important that we work together in terms of ensuring that the right narrative is out there in terms of who we are as a system, what we offer, and what we are doing for all of our students in terms of both opportunities and also improving in opportunities where we need to make those improvements. I think we are constantly trying to think about where we have to combat some of the narrative that sometimes the media and others perpetuate and have to come back and counter that so people understand the amazing things that are happening in MSD, specifically our National Merit Scholars and how we are like one of the highest producing National Merit Scholars in the state and some of our other offerings. So to me, that would be my initial response to that, but I will yield to Dr. Jenkins to see if he wants to respond any further on that.
Yeah, thanks for raising that question too, Board Member Gomez-Smith. But those things on there, because we're trying to be very intentional. We knew when we expanded the full day 4K, the impact. And as you saw from the data presentation, it showed that was the one area that we saw going up. We have to take into consideration the birth rates, but yet individuals are choosing our district. And at one point, more individuals chose than what chose over the past couple of years. But what are those innovative things as Ms. Green was beginning to mention in the middle school grades, when you see that's really, you see a national trend around that middle school, particularly when individuals have a particular interest in private schools. During that time, they experiment during that time, and not really experiment. They take the children out because of the offerings that we may or may not have. And so our introduction to the arts and activities, well, how we're going to look to increase the co-curricular participation in our middle schools, that's a strategy to not only retain students, but also it could be one to attract individuals. And they're looking for the fluidity between the level of expectations that we have from elementary, middle school, and high school, so we can have that clear path of continuation of students having high level, grade level expectations. So a number of things, the credentialing that we're getting into, looking at the articulated skill trades, which Ms. Green's mentioned, and how we go about that credentialing and what we do with the whole idea of being more creative in how we're going to be delivering our instruction, but giving opportunities. So great question. The things are there. And it's one of those things, dang, which one can you cut out? My thing of it is we need more resources from the state. We need an increase on our foundation, and we don't need 0-0. We need more to invest, in particular at the earlier grades, to see all of our students thrive.
Yeah, and I will say that not needing to prioritize this list of current and future investments, but recognizing that more opportunities may resonate with some students and families in different ways. So continuing to expand, opportunities. And I would really encourage us to take a look at this middle school model again. Work started 5 to 7 years ago to talk about, sort of imagining what middle school would look like. And I see Cindy nodding her head because I think you were involved in a lot of that work. So I'm hoping that at some point we can get back to that too, and figure out what we really need to do at the middle school, and what types of innovative strategies might actually be missing from this list, and how we get to there, working together. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Muldrow, followed by Board Member Simkin, followed by Board Member Vandermolen.
Thank you so much, Chair Castro. I want to start with just 3 questions. So welcoming all students through our open enrollment program, we have a neighboring district that recently said they weren't interested in welcoming students with IEPs. I am curious about what percentage of our open enrollment students are students with IEPs.
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know that off the top of my head, but that's something we can follow up on and look at.
Yeah, we
Okay.
don't have the answer.
So while you're following up on that, I'm gonna give you another question that's closely related to that, so that we can get both of these questions answered. I am curious what is driving students into our district. So the students who are open enrolling into our district, what drives students to come to MMSD, and what grades are the students most likely to open enroll into our district? The other thing I'm curious about is where our enrollment is in terms of Madison Promise, and what that looks like. And Nancy, I see your hand up and I'm hoping that maybe you actually have answers to the questions other folks said they don't have answers to. So welcome, Dr. Mofenter.
Thank you very much. I do not have the percentage. However, I am the person who reviews all of our open enrollment applications for scholars with an IEP, and we do not turn anyone away unless they are specifically requesting an alternative placement outside of a homeschool. Otherwise, we offer any scholar with an IEP who applies for open enrollment in the district, we offer them 1 or more school options at their level. So just so that you know, we would never, I won't say it. I don't want to say anything negative about another district. I'll get off now.
I greatly appreciate that. And I do think if this is a district that families who have students who have IEPs or disabilities feel like their needs can be better met in. It's something I want to explore and understand. And it's also programming that I want to strengthen for the families who are looking to us to be leaders in that area. So thank you for jumping on, Nancy. And thank you to our entire administration for committing to making sure our district is welcoming to all students. Cindy, do you want to address my question about Madison Promise and where kind of our online enrollment is?
Our online enrollment is included in our overall enrollment that Grady and Sarah presented on. I do not know the exact number, and I do not think Dr. McCray is with us tonight unless he's in the audience, because I cannot see. I will make sure. I see Nichelle shaking her head. She's my my point today that is helping me navigate this. Thank you, Nichelle. President Mulder, I will connect with TJ and we will make sure we get you those exact numbers. I don't want to give the wrong number publicly, so we'll make sure you get it.
Thank you so much. I think it's really important to understand, especially in terms of budgeting for next year, what Madison Promise really looks like is offering and how many people are attracted to this option in kind of the beyond the immediate need for virtual learning or online school that the pandemic presented. That's it for my questions. Thanks so much, Board Member Castro.
All right, Board Member Simkin, followed by Board Member Vandermill, and then I'll go. Lovely. Board Member Vandermillen. You appear to be on mute.
Okay. My questions, my first one Ollie took, and it was going to be on the disability enrollment. And I really think that is important to get the numbers, because oftentimes people forget that special ed is a part. We got to email to the board this week from an individual stating that we were harming students by allowing the sales students to remain in the Hoyt building, as if we have two sets of students, not one. That was incredibly difficult to read because we face enough obstacles as is. Two, my issue is on enrollment. I like how we're thinking, but are we being too conservative? Do we need to do something more dramatic to shake up our enrollment strategies? For example, to attract more people. Does that mean maybe hosting meetings in the community? Does that mean maybe hosting activities as a district that are more inclusive to different groups, whether they be Hmong, whether they be Black and Brown, whether they be the African-American community, whether they be the disability community, so that we can keep attracting those people? Because our school is just as good as any other district. The issue is we aren't always the best to share our results, which gets me to my last point. I'm very big on the media, mainly because since 2016, What Truth Is has always been under attack. I really appreciate that we need to work together as a board. And I think we need to work together as a district, but I'm not quite seeing, maybe I'm missing the point on how the media's perception of the district is going to affect how the board handles it. Am I missing something, Cindy? Maybe I missed it.
I'm sorry, Board Member Vandermeulen, can you please ask that question again?
Sure. We stated it a lot about how we need to work together, and that the board and that the media often misportrays it and not focuses on the good things. I'm not quite sure how that affects board working and creating a plan of recruitment. I was confused by that, so I was just hoping you could explain it better.
Absolutely. I was responding to Board Member Gomez Schmidt first in terms of kind of prioritizing the priorities. But second, what can the board do in terms of either holding families here or bringing new families in? And one of the things I said is working together just to make sure that we are sharing the narrative of all of the amazing things happen, and sometimes debunking what the media may perpetuate in terms of stories that don't always uplift all of the wonderful things happening in MMSD. So us working together to continue to make sure that the right narratives are getting out there to the larger community.
I understand. May I, Chair, may I say one thing before you go?
Sure.
I respect that. I'm hoping the media is printing the truth like they always have, but it never hurt to know. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I just have one comment, and mainly it's about our ability to organize with other school districts, just not only surrounding, but across the state of Wisconsin. I think that, you know, no matter what we do, we should do it because it's good for student success and student outcomes, not because it's, you know, it'll, you know, give us a new shiny thing and then, you know, we're caught up in this game of trying to keep up with the Joneses or whatever. I think that's a futile effort. I think by and large, the impacts in our enrollment are impacting every other district in a similar manner. And I think the sooner we realize that we have to band together and advocate for a funding formula that makes more sense for all districts in Wisconsin, the better off we will be. But I just think that it's a little short-sighted to be stuck in a crabs in a barrel mindset. And so I think the sooner that, you know, we get on the same page with our neighboring districts because they're facing the same large-scale factors that we are, such as birth rate, the better off we'll all be. Thank you. And I see Board Member Pearson has her hand up and then Board Member Nichols.
Yeah, thank you. Can you all hear me? Okay, I didn't test my microphone earlier. Thank you. So yeah, my question is just around about the families, similar in the same line of what Ollie was mentioning or was questioning. But do we interview our families as they leave or request like a quote unquote exit interview as they are leaving the district, just to figure out like what are some of the thoughts families are choosing to leave and whatnot?
I can start to answer that for you, Board Member Pearson. I do not believe we have a formal process to collect that information. I do know many of our principals engage with families if they are aware in advance of a family that is choosing to leave us. But at this time, I do not think we have a formal process, but I'll pause to see if Dr. Jenkins wants to correct me if I'm not accurate.
I'll just say, you're correct about a formal process, but many families, share with us their reasons for leaving. When we're talking to all families, and we've had direct conversations with some of our families who are still here, who know of families who have left, and they've shared with us why they've left. And addressing some of our students with some individual needs too, we know this has been challenging in some situations, and it's really helped us because they've been very honest with us and told us why they felt like their needs weren't being met. And then there are many families tell us why they do stay. And that's another part we have to look at as well. Why are people staying with us, as well as why do people leave? Because I think Brady shared the percentages. They were very similar to those in Wisconsin and those nationally. And we have to take both into account when we begin to make our strategic investments of how we're trying to educate all children, because that's very important. So thanks, Board Member Pearson, for asking that question, because we do need to know why are they really leaving now. And some of them don't tell you, but the ones who do tell us, it's very informative. And sometimes it's very small. Someone didn't call them back. You know, that's a big deal. They didn't feel valued.
Yeah, I mean, I would just suggest that we figure out how to make that more of a formal process. Because I do think reaching out not only to families that are leaving, but as you mentioned, families that are staying, and families that are coming in, and having some type of way, and I don't know where that will live in, if it's student services or if that is, you know, with the principals, teams or whatnot. But I do think it is important to have a more formal process. That way we're capturing data, but we're also in this constant cycle of getting feedback. And so as we are, like you mentioned, Dr. Jenkins, looking at our strategic calibrations, that we're always recalibrating ourselves on exactly like how we can do better. And what we are doing really good at and how we can, scale that or, grow that, those positive things that are happening. So it's just something that I was wondering, but also think that it'd be really good if we had that process. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I just wanted to clarify one additional data point. So when we looked at 22-23, we had a decrease of the 256 students from last year, right? And then there was some other data a couple slides later that talked about the net effect of open enrollment leavers. And there, it looked like there was 174 students who left MMSD choosing open enrollment. Okay, so I just need to clarify. Of the 256 students that we have fewer students, did 70% of them? Okay, let me see if I can ask this right. Are we down the 256 students because nearly 70% of them open enrolled out? Or is it a myriad of factors? Do you know what I'm trying to ask? I'm trying to see if there's a relationship between the 174 that went out of our district with the overall 256 decrease.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about because that was one of the questions that came up when we were looking at it right away. Was that 174 to 256? It looks like you got about half of your decline right there.
68%.
Yeah, exactly. So I think the response I would say is that this is not going to be satisfying. It's complex. There's a lot of complexity that goes behind it. From a technical perspective, if it was the same net effect compared to last year and that 174 decrease didn't happen, yes, the overall decline would have been less, but it's very important to understand that there's, complexities that go into that open enrollment trends that we're seeing. So, when we're talking about things like birth rates, and things throughout the years, there's a lot of things and factors that go into that. So from a technical standpoint, yes, and I'm not sure if this is if answering your question at all, but I think it's just important to remember that there's a lot of complexities that go into that open enrollment process. There's a lot of complexities that go into the movement that we see in our enrollment trends as well. I don't know if that helps answer anything, but it's a good question. It's one thing that we noted as well when we were looking at these data.
Okay, so I just want to recap my understanding. I understand the modeling of looking at long year, 10-year projections, 5-year, and then shorter, all based on birth rates in order to help tell us what our future enrollment will likely be. I get that. The other issue, though, that it seems like is, and quite honestly, that is sobering enough. Just looking at the kind of the decline at the national level and the state level, and then looking at birth rates. So that is pretty sobering. So I get that. Okay, there's a period there. I think that second piece is, and we can't really control birth rate, right? There's nothing as a school board that we can do to control birth rate. I think where we can potentially have influence is looking at when students or families are saying no to MMSD, when they're choosing to open enroll out, or when they're choosing to open enroll in, right? And I know that there's a lot of factors for why families choose that, to come here or to also leave. So I think I was just trying to understand if that total decline this year was attributed mostly to open enrollment out. I was trying to understand the relationship between those two numbers. That's all.
And Brady, if I could ask you to also, when you give that number back, to tease out the number who technically live in our district that have never attended. They go to private schools or they go to other schools from birth. And that would be an interesting number to have some dialogue around too as well.
Yeah, Dr. Jenkins, that's a really good point. We can kind of see if we can tease out that number because you also have families with multiple students. And, if you've got one student that is already in a district, that other student that is now coming through may just for that year, open enroll in that district as well. So there's just a lot of complexities in that number. We can try and unpack it a little bit to better understand it. But this is a very good question. Again, something that we looked at too as well.
Great. And I do want to just thank you so much. Not to create more work, but just I think us having a better understanding of like what the complexity, as you say, in the open enrollment would be an interesting piece for the board to better understand. I will say that I remember this conversation about open enrollment and what do we know about why families leave has come up for many years in these enrollment conversations prior to me being on the board. And I thought at one point, the research team had pulled some data together and had some qualitative interviews, or there was something that had kind of come out with some themes. And I mean, it was pre-pandemic from what I recall, but I thought there had been some work to better understand why families were leaving. So that might be something we can go back and find. Maybe the trends or the themes aren't that different. I don't know.
Yeah, I can quickly go back to the team and look at that. I know kind of we informally that first year of the pandemic too tried to gauge why we were seeing some of that movement, mostly informal, but I can see if we've got some more formalized theming that we've done in the past to look at that. So it's a good question, and I'll go back to the team and see.
Yeah, I will just conclude by saying when you look at the slide where you showed 2018 to 19 school year to present day, and you look at the district cumulative change over time, that 1,780 students who are not here in our district anymore since 1819. That's a big shift in our district. And so, yeah, the more I think we can unpack and then start to plan for the future, the better we will be at least armed for a pretty tough budget process. So thank you so much.
All right, Board Member Gomez Schmidt, followed by Board Member Simkin.
Yeah, I just want to, Nichelle, what you were saying about the leavers information and doing that in open enrollment. I think I'm going to date myself and hopefully not you along with me if we're thinking of the same thing. But back when Dan Narad was superintendent, he did it was a pretty comprehensive analysis of why families were leaving the district. And so I think that, I mean, going back that far might, I don't know if that would be helpful, but it is something that I know the district has done before. And so we might be able to access that and see what that showed as a starting point. One of the questions that I have, so I just want to say that I support all of the board members who have said we'd like to take a closer look at this information. We'd like to know more about why students are choosing to come to MMSD and why students and families are leaving MMSD. I will say that given our next topic, I know that there are families that choose MMSD for high school because we have honors classes at the 9th grade and 10th grade level. So we can talk about that in our next conversation. One of the things when Board Chair Castro talked about working with other districts, I thought about this. We used to have one of our staff members in the data department on the City Planning Commission. And that was important for when the city was doing planning, I would say more on the edges of the city with development, to really have a voice in that process. And so I'm curious if we still have someone on that planning commission who is doing that work and sort of negotiating for the district with the other districts around us and with the city as they're doing their development planning.
I'll just say, let me get back to some of the specifics, but as I'm speaking with the city and we're talking about their development plan, we'll come back and talk.
Dr. Jenkins, we can't hear you on Zoom.
I think I turned my mic off. I said, in our planning with the city and as we're doing cross planning together, we are talking about projections and things of that nature. I can come back with more specificity because we have to use the city's planning too, and we start thinking about our schools building out. We have to use the population, growth decline, all those things like that as we're looking. So yes, there are things to consider. I can bring you back some specificity later on.
Yeah, that would be great. I'd like to make sure that the voice of the district is represented at that planning level. So thank you.
All right, Board Member Simpkin.
Thank you. So Dr. Jenkins, as you're talking through that with the city, one of my wonderings at these numbers is I know that the city is projecting really substantial growth, and that's not indicated in these numbers. And so if we could be getting some information on who, where those folks are coming from, what population they think is going to be coming in, I think that might help us as well to round out this picture.
Right.
And then the other piece that I'm wondering about, and I think this is for you, is as Board Member Nichols was asking the questions around this year's enrollment and those who have open enrolled out of the district, I'm wondering if the projections moving forward over the next 5 years are including the that same percentage or a similar percentage of families that may choose open enrollment, or if it's more based on population decline without taking that into account.
Yeah, that's another great question. So when we are running those projections, as Sarah was talking about, she utilizes that grade to grade progression rate. If you break down those open enrollment trends and the open enrollment levers, that factors into those progression rates. So if students are open enrolling between the years, and you've got fewer fourth grade students this year relative to third grade students last year, in part because of open enrollment and a lot of other things, that gets cooked into the projection model. I don't know if that makes sense. So that's factored in by if there's, a huge increase in open enrollment levers, although as we saw, it fluctuates a little bit, but not too much. That would get factored into the grade to grade progression rate. So it might be a little bit lower because of, you got fewer students that are here because they open enrolled out. I don't know if that makes sense, but it is factored into the projection year to year because it's in that grade to grade progression ratio is one of the reasons why it's above 1 or one of the reasons why it's below 1, depending on the trend. I don't know if does that answer your question?
I believe it does. So what I think I heard you say is that a large percentage of those that decline are students that still exist, but are not going to be choosing to attend school here.
Could you say that one more time? Sorry.
So Board Member Nichols calculated about 68% of this year's rate of decline is related to open enrollment out of the district. So if I was to project that forward and look at these large numbers moving forward, I would assume that approximately 68% of that decline is also not related to decline in population, but it's related to students or children that exist, but that are not going to Madison Public Schools.
Yes, that would be factored in 2 ways, the grade to grade progression rate, because we know that there's been an impact because of open enrollment, and also we multiply it by a base number. So third grade students this year multiplied by that average progression rate. So when we've got that decline, it's going to impact 2 ways. The base number is going to be a little bit lower because of movement that we've seen, and also it affects the rate year to year because we know that we've seen a little bit of change in some of the movement. But again, there are a lot of factors that go into that progression rate. The trends in open enrollment is one of them, but there's a lot of things that go into it. And that's how it affects that projected number based on the fact that those students have left. And so that base number is lower, what we're multiplying. And then the ratio is going to be is going to be impacted a little bit. That's how it gets factored into the projection. So it's there kind of in the background. Absolutely.
Okay, so I really appreciate you clarifying that because in some ways that's a little bit of a relief because it means that we may have more control over this than we thought if it's not a question of a massive birth rate decline, but it's family choice.
Yes, it's a couple of things, and Grady is saying it. It is really complex when you start trying to do these projections because we could have something as simple as we expanded 4K, and families who wouldn't have chosen our district, they decided to choose our district for full day 4K. They've had a wonderful experience with the science of reading, with letters, the whole 9 yards. They're learning. They choose even to stay beyond 3rd grade, and it throws his analysis off because typically it would have been a projection for them to go somewhere else, and then they wind up in 6th grade. But that's something that we have to look at when we make an investment. We're not just making an investment for short term; it's a long term effect. But the direct correlation of how families feel about how well we're educating their children is one of the greatest projections in terms of how long they're going to stay with the district. There are some specificity around some families who choose just private middle school because of the offerings that we may have in middle school too. So it's really complicated. And when I'm talking to the city, your earlier question, they may build housing because right now the city is booming, right? But it may not be for single families. It may be different kind of complex that they're looking to respond to the growth in the business. And then you have some areas like what happened around Chavez, what's happening in the north side. That housing just may be population shift. It doesn't necessarily say that we're going to have population growth, but you'll see people moving from one side to the other, the more affordable housing we have.
Well, I am an optimist always. And so what I'm grabbing onto is the idea that we may have more control over this than just looking at the numbers and indicating that the students no longer exist. It's not 100% that it's a birth rate issue. The other piece is, I think it goes back to what board member Pearson suggested, which is really systematically putting in some form of exit interview so that we can truly identify why families leave, and also perhaps something very similar for families who are opting in. What is bringing them to us from other districts as well? Because we could leverage that information to just grow stronger as a district.
Yes, and we want to get back to that. It was shared with me too by one of our administrators. We had that process even before COVID. During COVID, we did lose some systems that we need to kind of like get back to right now. One of our hopes is that through the village builders with the engagement and the family engagements, continue to survey our families and things of that nature with that personal relationship, but to formalize it in a way that we can document it of the reasons people are staying and the reason people are going. That's one of the big deals of why we wanted to have that department as a part of how we're going to be transforming our district, the true connection with the community and with our families. And so that's what we're looking to do.
Are we, as part of that process, looking at collecting data for retention rates of students and families that are connected to village builders?
Most definitely. That's just a whole part of it. And one of the biggest things when you start talking about your population in schools, it's about how do you retain? How well are you retaining? Even in our district, we're in one of those funny kind of situations, and Grady, you didn't mention it in terms of how many students we really open enroll. And if Ross was here today, he'll talk about that. If we get too many, it could be to the detriment for us to grow too fast with open enrollment. We've got to think about that number too. For us, the best way to look at our budget and looking at long term, how well are we doing with retaining our students too as well?
Okay, thank you. That is all of my questions.
All right, moving on to item 6.1, the K-5 materials adoption with Miss Kaylee Jackson and Miss Cindy Green.
Thank you so much, Board Member Castro. Before we get started, there's just a couple of things that I want to name. We have some additional team members here from our schools that I want to introduce before we start talking. So we have Sarah Gigi, who is the principal of Stevens Elementary School. We have Jessica Fleischman, who is an instructional coach and also acting as a classroom teacher. We have Rochelle Stone over at Leopold and Kyla Piliad, who is over at Leopold, both are instructional coaches, as well as Board Member Castro just said, Kaylee Jackson, who's our Executive Director of Curriculum and Instruction. And we have Julie Briggs, who is our Literacy Implementation Specialist. So we have a team approach here tonight. And I want to just remind the board that the board was very interested in providing, for us to provide updates on how we're doing with our focus on literacy, and specifically how it's going with the implementation of the new materials that the board approved last spring, which was a significant investment for us as a district. We're super excited. We are unapologetic about our focus on literacy. We are unapologetic about our focus on the science of reading, as well as the materials. I think this presentation is also going to give you a glimpse into how we're learning about this to inform our middle school adoption, which was just mentioned a couple times about what we're doing at middle school. And we believe that the investment in new literacy materials, as well as the science of reading, is a first step in that area. And then the other thing I wanted to mention is that this is an amazing kind of example of how we use one-time funds. So these one-time funds from ESSER were used to make this significant purchase. One-time funds will be used for the middle school as well. So as we're thinking about kind of budgetary implications, use of one-time funds to purchase kind of something that lasts for many, many years, I think has been a great investment. So with that, Jesse, if you wouldn't mind sharing our screen, I am going to start off by showing a clip from a movie that you may be familiar with. It's from 2017, and it's a movie called Teach Us All. We think that this short clip really sets the stage, not just from a local level, but from the national level, on why we are so appreciative of kind of Dr. Jenkins' unapologetic and relentless push for literacy as we think about with our earliest learners in 4K and then going into elementary, why this is such important work, and we're excited to be able to share with you what we're learning so far. So with that, I'm going to ask Jesse to just show this short clip before the team dives in.
Then when my brother died in 2008, it was like, Bradley, you gotta get it together. He came from the exact same place that I came from. And he didn't get the proper education that he needed.
Carry me home when the light in my eyes does fade.
He ended up dying with a part-time job at Taco Bell. And I don't want to end up like that.
Most kids are not going to be killed by police. Most kids will never be beaten by police. Most kids will not go to jail. Millions and millions of Black and Latino kids will go through a public education system that does not educate them.
The future of this country will be determined by what happens in its schools. That's how serious it is.
In 1957, a group of Black students in Little Rock, Arkansas, took a courageous stand for educational equality.
The things that people said were shocking. Things that they did, the threats that they made, were all terrifying.
Nobody really seemed to be in favor of this move to shift from segregation to desegregation.
I had not seen the kind of virulent hatred that occurred here, both outside and inside the school.
Today, their promise remains unfulfilled.
and I'll be in a better place.
This is not a Little Rock story, or even a Southern one. This is our American story.
I don't know how it is we're going to be the United States of America if we continue to put our kids in situations where we're constantly divided.
When we come to school, it's kind of like hard for us to survive in a school system because we know that the school system is kind of like against us, and we have to fight to get a quality education.
Children in segregated schools are less likely to graduate high school, more likely to go to jail, and earn an average of 25% less over their lifetimes.
I know kids in my class that got arrested that summer before they even got to high school, and they never had that teacher that really cared. So you have underqualified teachers plus underserved schools, and you expect the kids to do well.
We're one of the few countries in the world that systematically and deliberately spends less money to educate poor children than affluent children.
With every year a student falls behind, it gets harder and harder to catch up.
Carry me home when the light in my eyes does fade.
Thank you for indulging with us as we just see that short clip about the importance of education, the importance of the work we do, as well as why literacy is such an important priority. So with that, I am going to turn it over to Jessica Fleischman, who is going to talk a little bit about what we're learning in terms of the student experience with our focus on literacy and our new materials.
Hello, and thank you to the board for having me tonight. I am super excited to be here and really, really fired up having watched that clip and listening to all of the dialogue and discussion about enrollment this evening. I'm here to bring to you our student experience with our new EL literacy curriculum. So with our 5K materials adoption that we have had over the course of this fall, we have seen some amazing things happening in our schools. Starting at our K2, we have tons of writing, discussion, collaborative learning that is taking place, modeling that's happening instructionally that is coming out on pencil and paper with our young kiddos like never before. And we really believe that this authentically undergirds our current and future goals of innovative and inclusive teaching and instruction in our classrooms. Like it really, truly has been showing in the past months that it provides the vehicle for us to be able to teach all kids in our MMSD district. So in light of that, some of the things that we have seen specifically are students that are seeing themselves as high leverage learners and readers. This is an extremely rigorous curriculum that has great access to textbooks that teachers and students have been really embracing, that they love. Many curriculum materials that teachers have had personal connections with, that have brought in on their own, and it's part of now the curriculum that we are utilizing. So there's this excitement across MMSD for the materials that we are using to do our instruction in the classrooms. In addition to that, you see high levels of engagement. Then due to these materials, you can cast your eyes to many of the photos that are here on the presentation screen, and you can see that students are engaging with a multitude of different elements as they are processing their learning. They're engaging with collaborative protocols while they're analyzing text, while they're also writing in their workbooks or their student boards, or they're filling out their learning objectives for the day. And so we see this in a variety of capacities, but what we know for a fact is that students are owning their learning at the elementary school level. We have seen an increase in growth as far as engagement, participation, whether it's verbal or handwritten. We have seen an increase in the academic abilities across the ability levels of our students in the schools. We have also seen students really being able to talk about their learning and how it is, the process happens, and how it actually supports them in their academics at these young ages. You can even cast your eyes to the quote that's in the box there, where a student is asked how they're processing a hard word. And the student in their statement talks about how when they're prompted by the teacher, what are they using as a strategy? The student does have that strategy incorporated into their toolbox about what they're doing and how they can utilize that for their own experience. And so teachers have this privilege right now of being able to take this curricular materials through EL, the process of the collaboration, the process of the protocols, and we're able to really model those, use those, structure those, build in those routines and supports, and hand that learning over to the students where they are doing the discussing. They are looking at their own strategies. They are going back to the things that they've developed, and they're allowed to then also have that creative process when it comes to the output of their work. In addition to that, we also have this momentum that's going. We'll talk about it more a little bit later on, but this is translating outside of our schools to families and into the community. In each of our modular places, there are parts of celebration that are incorporated in through the outcomes and the outputs for our student learning. And we have been able to have this privilege and opportunity of inviting families into our schools around academics, including then cultural and community celebrations, but now coming in to really celebrate what are our students doing in elementary, in literacy, and how can we share that out through our schools, and how are we sharing that out with our families. We have a multitude of different ways that schools have been inviting families in to do these poetry celebrations, to do these sorts and analysis of animals and the different types of topics that the students are using in our K-12 materials right now. So the EL that we have been using, the curriculum that we have adapted this year, has done a profound job of making our classrooms really truly collaborative and to be thriving. As you can see, there is different aspects of not only small group instruction, but the way that the students are able to have that universal access when they are collaborating with each other, regardless of the level of ability. We are seeing all of our students flourish and take ownership in that. And so I know that our educators are this year super excited now that we've been a couple months in to this curriculum, and we have a lot more to learn. We have a lot more to do, but we're at the stage now where we are really taking off and seeing how our classrooms are truly those inclusive, innovative, and thriving spaces to be. The growth, the pride, and the empowerment that we're seeing out of our young people in the elementary level is fantastic.
Jesse, if you could go to the next slide, please. Thank you so much, Jessica. I am going to turn this over to Sarah Gigi, I think first, and Kaylee Jackson. I'll let them take the lead since it's hard for me to facilitate, knowing some are in person and some are virtual. So I'll turn it over to them.
My name is Sarah Galander-Guszewski. I am the principal at Glenn Stevens. This is my 15th year there. And I work with many, many veteran teachers and many new teachers this year. And they are all working extremely on we have both curricula at our school, the Benchmark and the EL. And they are working really hard to learn a lot of new material. It's a big adult learning moment for our teachers, and they are taking it on and they are learning a lot. And it's a lot of new materials. So we are doing our best to get it started and implemented. And I feel like we are at a really good place in where we're going. And we're doing the professional learning. We're seeing all of the connections to the letters learning that we did last year. So it's really all coming together as we're implementing the module reading and writing lessons and the focus on the foundational skills and the phonics. So I think together we're really moving, and it is also very hard work. Kaylee?
Yes. Oh, okay, there we are. Thank you, Sarah, for that. And actually, Kyla, I'm going to let you share your experience as well, and then I'll round us off with this slide.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Kyla Pillard. You might recognize me. I was a part of the selection committee back in February. So And I'm just going to name that, when we put this recommendation forward to have our 2 literacy curricula in order to support both programs, it was apparent to us that we, at least in my building at Leopold, with having both programs, that we would need to be strategic in supporting our staff with the implementation of more than one literacy curriculum. So naturally, there are times that some of us who are serving in both programs feel stretched, and I can name that. Sometimes I feel that, but I will say that it helps me reframe what my responsibility and role is when it comes to the implementation experience. And teachers from both programs have shared with me that they really enjoy working with and witnessing the learning that is happening in both EL and Benchmark. And it is a lot of work, like Sarah said, but I personally feel that in our first year of implementation, that we continue to emphasize that this year is a learning year for our staff. I feel humbled in being a coach, being able to learn what both curricula look like through our teachers' work. And it was important for us at Leopold that we structure some of our professional learning strategically, with teachers honing in on their specific content areas within their programming, so that we can talk about what high quality instruction looks like in all areas, not just literacy. And it's something that we did intentionally also within our building, that my coach, Rochelle, who is also joining us tonight, that we wouldn't be split as me as, for example, the DLI coach and Rochelle as an ELI coach. Like, we intentionally did not set ourselves up that way. Something that we've been doing that is worth sharing, I think, just as we talk about this learning experience, is that we're thinking about how to thread high leverage instructional practices that we are learning about in EL and seeing how that can show up in our DLI classrooms and our specialist classrooms, and talk about really like what is high quality instruction with the materials that we have. The last thing I'll say then is that we did put these 2 forward because we saw that they were high quality, and they get us grounded in, what is our true belief as educators and our relationship with curricula. And that's a conversation that I do have with staff, because we teach our students, we don't teach curricula, but we are really reflecting upon what is our role and responsibility when we have high quality curricula in front of us that gives us the roadmap and like how we can move then towards our rigorous grade level standards that we're hoping to see our kids engage with. Rochelle, I know that you are here. There are things that, Rochelle, that you can add.
Thanks, Kyla. And thanks everyone for having us. I apologize for my voice getting over whatever everybody has. But I agree with everything that Kyla said, and also just adding to that, it is about creating the conditions to really look at both of the curricula and acknowledging within ourselves, like, what are the biases and where does our identity fit into this, and where does our sort of holding on to like white supremacy culture that it needs to be perfect right away, students need to learn everything all at the same time, and that if that doesn't happen, then that makes me quote unquote a bad educator. So really going through this process of, it's okay to grapple. It's okay to not know. It's okay not to be the expert. And I think Kyla and I as coaches do a fairly good job of being like, we're in this with you because we are also learning 2 brand new curricula. We're going to do this together. And we're going to share our expertise and knowledge of what we already have as strong instructional practices. And I think both of the curricula really create the conditions to do some really strong collaboration and some true collaboration together. And I think it's really important, especially at Leopold, because we do have 2 curricula that we are building that muscle and we're building that culture together. And I think it's really important that this is year 0 or year 1 or however we want to name it, because it allows us to look at both of the curricula and say, okay, this is what we tried. This is what works really well. This is what I'm going to continue to do next year. And this is what I'm going to let go, because I also understand what my students need, what my families might need. I'm receiving feedback from my students and my families about their educational experience. I'm going to adjust. And I think it's really important also to name that curriculum is one piece of student belonging. It's a really big piece. It's a piece for equity work and anti-racist work and liberation work, but we also need to make sure that our systems, our routines, how our building feels, how our relationships are both with students and our families and that it centers joy and anti-racism, and the curriculum can be something that is layered upon that. So really thinking through what are other things that we need to also grapple with around our systems that also call for us to do some deeper work and some deeper learning. And I think finally what I'll say, like, this is my 15th year in the district. It's my first year as a coach. I'm super excited about both curriculums. I think they really center student voice. They center high leverage instructional practices. They center deep content. And I think it's really about building the trust among the adults that this both benchmark and EL are here to stay, that we can get data from it for a long time to make those moves and adjustments. Because I think I will admit, as a coach, when I first heard both of the curriculums, and I was like, yes, I'm excited, but I'm also like, okay, how long are we doing this? So I think it's about how do we build that internal trust to really do that hard work.
Thank you. Thank you, Sarah, Kyla, and Rochelle. Beautiful things were said. I just want to stop for a second and just celebrate what we've done here, because we made a historical purchase. We made a historical investment because we know how critical literacy is, particularly at the elementary levels. So not only did we go through with this, the most complicated option that we could have chosen, but it was the best option for our students, but we've also now engaged all of our K-5 staff, about 600 folks, through 5 days of literacy professional learning that is collaborative with folks in their buildings as well as across their buildings. They're getting professional learning that is specific to their grade levels. In addition to that, we've really been able to work well with our MTI and with our building leaders to continue this learning around the science of reading. So thus far with letters, we already have 200 people throughout the district who have completed their letters training, and we have an additional just under 1,200 who are in progress and continuing this journey, right? So again, as Rochelle is saying, we understand that it is a both and, right? It's the materials, and then it's also these, it's the teaching practice. And so we have been able to really put those two together and put our money where our mouth is when we say that early literacy and beyond is our strategy, is our priority. I want to be honest, staff do love the materials, and I'd be lying if I said it wasn't a lot of learning. It is a lot of learning. We're asking staff to teach reading in a way in which they have never taught reading before, right? And every day that they teach, they're teaching that lesson for the first time. Every day is a brand new day, and they're always doing something for the first time every day, right? And so our work right now is to really listen to the teachers, to listen to the school leaders, to take their input, to take their feedback, and give them the resources, the supports, the materials, and the grace to engage with this implementation this first year. And we know implementation takes multiple years, right? So we'll do that in years 2, 3, and 4 as well. All right, next slide for me, please, Jessie. And Sarah, I'm going to ask you to come back on and talk to us a little bit about our family experience.
I think one of the things that's been exciting is that in EL, for example, the end of unit performance task, our teachers have been really digging into it, and we're able to take it in different ways. So one of our 4th grade teachers invited parents in to do a poetry slam, and another teacher created a virtual poetry slam that they were then able to share out with other staff and families. So I think that the curricula give us some opportunities to really share. Also, the units are really long and in depth. They go much deeper than we've gone before. And so it's exciting in the newsletters and in the ways we're sharing out with families, for the families to actually know also kind of what this unit is about and be able to ask their students questions. And I see a lot more of that interaction with the curriculum, in addition to what are we, field trips or other things like that. But parents are really hearing more because the units and modules last longer, and they're telling the parents, this is specifically what we're focusing on. So I think it's been an exciting time for families to hear specifically about curriculum.
I'd also add to that that we continue to add not only to our classroom libraries, but also to our students' libraries at home. And we're continuing to receive emails and feedback from our families that they're very much enjoying. They and their children are very much enjoying the diverse text that they're able to receive. And also a thank you to Madison Public Schools Foundation, who is doing the same, right? Is partnering with us in early literacy and beyond, and arming our children with additional text. So we're super excited about the connections that our families are able to make to the materials. Next slide, Jesse. I think we're missing, go one more for me. Okay, don't worry. So we're missing a slide and that's okay. I'm going to introduce, oh, there it is. All right, what's next? So this is the perfect opportunity for me to formally introduce to you Mrs. Julie Briggs. Julie Briggs is our literacy implementation coordinator. She is working specifically with our K-5 principals and coaches on this implementation. So she's going to share a little bit about our next steps.
Hi, everyone. I'm super excited to be here in MMSD and doing this critically important work. So I just wanted to take some time and talk about what our next steps are. So the first thing is that we are working with R&I to develop some end of the year benchmark type questions to assess our implementation and how things are going. So we're working with R&I to develop that. And in addition to that, we want to bring in the voices of our families, people in the community. And so we have developed the Superintendent's Literacy Advisory Committee, and our first meeting is actually tomorrow night. But really, we know that it's important not only for what's happening in the building, but what's happening outside of the building, and to be able to co-create our literacy experiences together in our classrooms by bringing in those important voices as well. So we will be doing that. We're going to meet at least 3 times throughout the year. We might develop some work groups off of that to meet more frequently, but it's really important for us to hear our voices, to keep us honest, hearing what the word is on the street about our literacy efforts in MMSD. And so really, those are our next steps. We want to come together and improve our literacy scores for our students, and also continue to implement using the new materials and the science of reading.
Jesse, could you go to the next slide, please? If you wouldn't mind taking us off of screen share, just a couple of things that I want to mention a little more specifically, and then turn it over to you, Board Member Castro, for discussion with all of our school staff that are here. Julie mentioned we're doing an end of year analysis. We thought it was important for this first year not to focus on any evaluation, but really think about some research questions around what do we want to learn for continuous improvement. I appreciate the board pushing us to really think about qualitative data as well as quantitative. What are our students experiencing? So we added a specific question in our climate survey this year for students to understand kind of their experience with reading and the books that they are engaged with to see where that is improving self-confidence, self-efficacy, and what we're learning there. We're also going to be paying attention to quantitative measures, and then probably as important as Julie mentioned, what is the word on the street from Dr. Jenkins' advisory, from community members, families, students, in terms of individual experiences as well, that will not only help us with refinements for this set of grade levels, but again, also to think about what we're learning for our implementation at middle school. So with that, Board Member Castro, I will turn it back over to you.
All right, any discussion or questions? Board Member Simpkin.
I just want to come on and show some appreciation.
Laura, we can't hear you, sorry.
Is that working? Okay. I just wanted to show some appreciation. I think that the way this is being implemented is beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. I really appreciate the thoughtfulness around giving grace to our teachers, because obviously this is extraordinarily difficult and we're in a hard period of time. And it's also incredibly important that we improve literacy. And so I feel really touched at how you're thinking about it through a lens of how can we all just be humans in this process and not overextend ourselves, but continue to move forward in a way that is really healthy for the staff as well as for our students. So thank you so much to everyone who spoke.
All right, Board Member Nichols.
Yes, I wanted to also say that I just really appreciate this update. One of the questions I was going to ask, but I don't have to ask it, is what have you been learning implementing 2 different curricula? How's that going? So it was really great to have folks in our schools every day kind of talking about that it is a stretch, right? But that everybody's kind of leaning in, doing the learning together, and you know, trying it out and building that muscle around it getting better. So deep appreciations for the hard work of implementing, because that takes a big lift. And I know it's important to be able to like bring people along, so that professional learning space is so key. And I really loved what Rochelle mentioned as well about how our educators have to have a space to do their own reflection, their own inside work in order to really bring that lesson to life. So a lot of appreciations for the implementation so far. I love the fact that you all are thinking about a couple of questions for end of the year. And I did hear you mention kind of some student-based questions around their kind of self-confidence related to reading and the curriculum. I'm curious what we might ask the staff. And if there is a specific kind of K-5 question that could be posed to the staff who are also implementing to also just gauge something around their, I don't know if it would be a complimentary self-confidence question or not in learning a new curricula and seeing their children in the classroom learning, you know what I mean? So I don't know, there might be something for you to consider there. And then the only other thing that I was curious about is the connections to letters. And so it sounds like you all have you're already doing a lot of professional learning just about how to implement and teach the curriculum. If you were a newer teacher this year and you had not had letters yet, do you think that the professional learning that you're offering so far still helps the educator like show up every day to teach the lessons, and that the connections to the science of reading may come later? I'm just wondering what you're learning about that kind of flow. Yeah.
That's a great question. And I have an answer for you. So our professional learning thus far, we actually had professional learning across K-5 for our biliteracy implementation today. It was a huge success. Julie and I love these days because we drive around the district just giddy and just in and out of buildings, engaging in professional learning. The professional learning thus far has largely been understanding the materials, right? There's a ton of books. So question number 1, what is all this stuff? Question number 2, like, how does it work, right? And then we have to remember that there's 2 components to particularly to EL, right? So, and it's similar with Benchmark, where there's the content and then there's the skills. Those are 2 different things, right? The content, the modules, that's grade level instruction. The skills, that's really what you're talking about through the science of reading. we have been focusing mostly on our content, on our module instruction. The reason for that is because, number one, we do have an avenue to get at the science of reading, right, through the district, which is letters. But the other rationale for that is we need to be sure that we have a balance between instruction, delivery of instruction between the two, right? If we spend all of our time in foundational skills, then what we're doing is we're robbing students of grade level rigor. And when we do that, all we do is add to the opportunity gap, right? So to date, for those who are new to the district, the majority of their learning on the science of reading is either coming through their letters, right? So they still are engaging in letters and coming through them engaging with the materials. Our next PD, which is February 24th, that'll dive specifically, and that full day will be on skills and all block. So they'll get really intentional time, but our teachers are already engaging in it and teaching it. But we're going to give them that, time to really get into it.
Nichelle, I was going to see if any of our staff also might want to respond to that. And I just wanted to note, when you asked about the staff questions, we have been thinking about questions that we want to ask our staff that may be in the climate survey or in an additional survey to think about their own teacher practice and what that means. So that is in the works as well. So I just wanted to respond to that. But I'm going to see if Sarah and or Jessica want to answer your question. But I see you want to say something first. So
yeah, and I just was trying to get a better.
We can't hear you.
Oh, sorry about that. My question is really around, as you've been starting to implement, recognizing that we've had staff vacancies, we've had people leave that might have had some of the letters training last year. So I was just more trying to think about how you're using all of the kind of the realities to help inform your implementation and what you're seeing. But I think, Ms. Jackson, you did a great job. So looking forward to hearing the other responses.
Yeah, Sarah, do you have a bit from the building principal level?
I just thought I would add, I think our staff support each other. So several of they are on teams, and this year, especially leaning on each other on their teams to take on this new curriculum. And our coaches are just outstanding, really going above and beyond to support where there are gaps, because when you're coming in as a new teacher, you have a lot of curricula to learn. But it's kind of a nice balance too, because the veteran teachers are also, there's something new for them too. So you have this expertise and you have the new together. And I think it's the teaming, the really strong teams, supportive teams really lift it up. And with the coach at the lead, I think that's where they're kind of being held up and moved with the rest of their colleagues.
Jessica, did you want to respond as well?
Yeah, sure. And I had a couple of just connections as well from previous discussion. So on the student level, what we have also seen with this curriculum is just a really great opportunity, as Keely was saying, for them to engage in that modular content learning that is really pressing our students to be using that grade level content in a proficient way. Again, to highlight the fact that it's creates through collaboration and the materials that students engage with, this really sincere opportunity, this authentic opportunity for equity in our classrooms, for access for the learning. As Sarah had previously said, it's a structure that we do go really deep into the modular learning, more so than what we have sometimes given ourselves when it comes to pacing and needing to move on to the next thing. The way that it is designed, we really do get the opportunity to dig in deep. And at the lower grades, the foundational grades that do a lot of the foundations of reading work as well, do have those letters components embedded within this curriculum. So there is tons of opportunities at the K3 level for students to really deeply engage with those foundational spelling, letter sounds, because those are a part of this EL curriculum, in addition to the training of letters that
teachers have gotten. I also wanted to lift out something board member Vandermeulen spoke to, which is I truly believe that the way that kids feel empowered around this learning and how it's permeating out, I think, into our families, into our communities, is getting that share out that Cindy was speaking about in our community. And I think that the more years that we are doing this and the more that we develop this with the authentic ability that it has, I do believe that that's going to hit on the community's radar in a way when we're thinking about enrollment, when we're thinking about draw, when we're thinking about buy-in. It's not just because it's new that people are excited about it. We are in the reality of being post-pandemic, and we are in the reality of really wanting our kids to thrive in something that also offers them challenge, right? And this really truly gives them the opportunity to have charge and challenge at the same time amongst each other, right? It doesn't come top down from the teacher in the way that some of our other lessons have in some spaces been before. It's really centered around developing and using those protocols and those strategies so that kids gain more and more routine to own their own learning themselves. Lastly, I'd also like to just say that I truly believe when I see different classrooms and when we have the opportunity to be at coaches meetings, it's really exciting to be able to talk to people from different schools because we all have this foundational touch base. I know across our district that we've often had conversations in MMSD about things looking in curriculums class to class across the school and kids being central in the learning, but under this literacy umbrella, which is so crucial and so essential right now in what we're doing, we truly have this ability to collaborate. When people come and visit schools, they see schools working within this same model, but in different ways, different aspects, different classrooms, different kids. And so we can all have these like really genuine, authentic, in-depth, professional conversations around what is happening in our schools, how are we doing things, because we all have this like common base, foundational, equitable access to the literacy education that we're all on board with doing. And it's been really a huge highlight for me as a new coach, somebody who's learning this process right now this year, to be able to sit with other professionals from different schools and seeing what's happening in my school and being able to know that we're like really unified on the same page. And yet we still have this ability to like be excited about learning and borrowing from each other and sharing our thoughts and our specialized ways of engaging with it.
Jessica, it's good to see you. Sarah, Gigi, thank you. And Rochelle, also good to see you. Can I, and Kyla, I haven't met you before, but thank you also. Can I just ask one question, which is connected to students who have typically needed reading intervention? For the students who have needed reading intervention, are they also having access to this curriculum, or are we still using more some of the traditional approaches that we've used in the past? So that's my last question.
Since I'm in a classroom, I'm actually going to jump in here with you on that one, Nichelle, if I may, and just celebrate students right now in my classroom. And I am going to tell you, they are not only accessing that curriculum daily, which in my experience, it's so exciting to see, but they are thriving. Had data across the board, summative and formative, that have just been showing the growth. And I think a lot of it is coming from this ability to like intrinsically engage in a really sincere way with their peers, be supported by their peers, press themselves in a safe space, in a safe way. But I literally have like mountains of things that kids who have IEPs, kids who are in reading intervention, they are their data is moving in a positive direction all over the place. And when I've asked around at other schools and within my own building, that's what teachers have been really fired up about. I mean, that's why we're like excited, because we really actually see the movement, even though we know, as Rochelle and Kayla said, like we're still learning it as we're teaching it. That's a true statement. We're trying to do our best every day to like do the best of this that we can. But the amount of literally sincere growth that we have seen based on the engagement of the kids and the equitable access, like we're not having them in different spaces. We're not having them in different groups. Like we're seeing like kids included in the classroom using the grade level modular curriculum and moving. Like their numbers are moving, their reading fluency is moving, their writing outcomes are moving. We have evidence of it at conferences. Kids were like pulling out stuff that they were proud of. They have tons of work to show what they know, and it's been really awesome to see.
I wonder if either Sarah from a principal perspective or Kyla or Rochelle just want to add to that before we move on. I just would love to hear other school voices.
We still have students who go to reading intervention. We work with our interventionist, but it's a very collaborative process. Our interventionist is also participating in the letters training and in the EL training, and our BRTs who help us with sometimes intervention with in our bilingual program. They're learning the benchmark program. So, we still do have students, especially in my belief, 2nd and 3rd grade, who the pandemic learning was hard. We have some kids that still need that extra boost, and we are doing that. And the kids are getting the core in the classroom. So I think we're at both and at our school.
All right, Board Member Gomez Schmidt.
Thank you. And like others, I just want to echo the thank you for all of the hard work that is going on, and the recognition that this is a heavy lift in our schools to be, as Kaylee said, to be walking into the classroom and teaching something new every day is a big transition. And so I guess one of my questions is, what is, as we move forward and things are going well, what are the most important steps or factors that classroom teachers and instructional staff need to continue to be successful in this transition? Is there enough collaborative time? What other factors might there be that we're going to need to support going forward to make sure that the momentum that we have started in this new school year continues? And I guess that I'll ask the instructional staff and the school staff if you have anything that you've recognized, just recognizing that you have said a lot of great work is going on, but that it is a heavy lift. And if there's nothing else you need, that's okay too. Let me clarify, school staff, what is it when you're thinking right now about implementation and you're like, oh, Kaylee, we just need this. Kaylee, if we just had that, what are those structures or what are those supports at the building level that are going to continue to support this implementation throughout the years? You know what to say.
I mean, I can start us off. One of the things I think of is just around more time for the teams to be together, in times when there weren't such staffing shortages, we could get some subs and then the teachers could actually go watch each other teach, and they would have an opportunity to, within our building, go visit another building, have opportunities to really take that time and reflect and plan in longer stretches of time. Right now, I don't know that we have that, but I think just that that idea of the collaborative work together and the continued communication across schools. I know our kindergarten, our kindergarten staff, they're on a Facebook page where they're exchanging with teachers across our district. And so I think to be able to give some of that time within our school days to be able to allow them to do that would be in my hopeful, dreamy world that we could get to that.
Kyla, you want to also respond? I see your hand up.
I'm just gonna second that. And I think it's just like what Rochelle said, curriculum is one piece of our work. And also in developing, our like human resources, our humans, is crucial. And so that I think just always needs to be threaded through whenever we're thinking about who MMSD is and what our staff are needing in order to continue to collaborate. Rochelle named that muscle that we're building and collaborating around the same thing and the same work. But we, the more that we can continue to have folks in our building who are going to be working towards that, and then, an additional personnel to give us that time and space to do that together more often would be really significant.
Thank you. Thanks for all the work that's gone forward already and all the work that you're going to continue to do. And I look forward to hearing back at the end of the year on the analysis and all the work that's happening. So thank you.
Board Member Gomez Schmidt, I'm sorry, Rochelle was going to chime in and I just wanted to give her a minute to lift her voice if she wanted to add anything to your question real quick. Thanks.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate that, Cindy. But yeah, I was just gonna like triple echo. I just remember when Sarah, when you just lifted like the half days away and the data digs with teams and the collaborative planning. I think obviously we are in a stage in this pandemic where we're just trying to like stay afloat some days. And so I think there's this piece of once whatever, knock on wood, whatever good energy you want to manifest, we're past this point, or maybe we can sort of systematize and problem solve if we're going to be in this place for a while of just like, how do we enable not just teachers who are teaching the content, but like SEAs and cross-categorical teachers and specials teachers who could also use these high leverage strategies within their own content areas. How do we all sit around the table to really think about what's next? And I also think there's a piece that I've always been called in around is like, where's our student voice around this too? Like, yes, there are a lot of adults on this screen and, at Doyle but where's the student voice to say like, this is what works for us this year. This is what we need to change for next year and adjust. And how can we also bring students to the table when we're doing that planning?
Thanks so much, everyone, for sort of lifting the reality of where we're at, knowing that we have a lot of goals and expectations around this, but that we are working within the reality of where we're at right now. So I do appreciate all of the work that's happening. Thank you.
All right, Board Member Vandermolen.
I wanted to thank all the staff, if everyone could hear me, because you guys are doing wonderful work. And but I agree, we need Rochelle, we need student voice. And I'd like to hear it directly from the students and I also want to think board members should go to the classroom and ask. I'm a little concerned with the comment, you know what to say. I'm a little worried about if we're telling our staff what they're allowed to say and what they're not allowed to say. That kind of concerns me. So I'd rather go into the classroom directly to find out, because I don't want anyone to get in trouble for their thoughts.
All right, Board Member Gomez Schmidt, did you raise your hand again?
Yeah, thank you. I do appreciate the opportunity, and I feel like I've been welcomed into a lot of different schools this year, the schools that I'm working with, and I have appreciated the opportunity to go in and see how this is being implemented. And I think staff are being honest and being really forthcoming about the work that's going on. So I have appreciated that opportunity. One thing I forgot to ask, we talked about students needing interventions. How are these two curriculum working for our advanced learners? So students that are ready to stretch beyond grade level and may need some more challenge.
I will see if any of our school staff want to answer that first.
I can start. Oh, Sarah, sorry.
Go ahead, Kyla.
I can first say that I think in both of the curricula, at least when we think about what it means to be a learner and like owning the learning, I think that's just like a crucial thing that all of our students have been doing. And there's like opportunities then in the performance tasks to demonstrate what that is. And that's where we can see an extension for all of our students, so that, we can like think about how we represent our learning and showcase that. And that's, there's no constraints on that within how the curriculum has it set up for us.
And I think that all the curriculum spends a longer period of time kind of cycling through like a certain theme. So it's really an in-depth learning experience, which I think works for all students, and then students who can take it to another level because they're ready, they might, or they have interest, you know, all types of students can kind of dig in. And so I think it's appealing to the advanced learners, and it's appealing to struggling learners because it's just this really deeper kind of immersion into a topic. So I think that there are opportunities there. And as we learn it better, we'll probably know better how to suggest go this way or that way. But I think that the curricula they go in depth into a subject area. So I think that allows for more opportunities. I can't tell you exactly what they are just yet.
All right, thank you.
All right, Board Member Pearson.
I was gonna make it quick, just because I wasn't gonna say anything, but I do think it's important to say this. From some of the schools that I've been at recently, some of the schools that I've gone have a different way in which how they implement the letters and the reading of science. But I think one piece that really like got my heart just really like in butterflies was because the approach that the teachers felt that they could work together as a team at one school, and that they all came together to kind of tackle this together, and how they felt that it definitely supported them, and they hadn't necessarily felt that before. So that was something that I felt really came from that I was like, okay, so this was a great investment. And I was really proud of not only, you know, our teachers and our staff and the administration that, you know, advocated for this, but also for my fellow board members that when we actually voted and got this done. So kudos to everyone on this.
All right, and Dr. Jenkins, did you want to close us out?
That was quite amazing, the comments by Ms. Pearson, because it's right in alignment with what I'm thinking here. This has probably been one of my proudest moments of a presentation tonight. And if you don't know, let me tell you, the staff here spoke tonight was at a very high level of professionalism, and I appreciate it so much. But this is what kind of staff we have, and they speak freely as they know they can. And I appreciate the shout out that you had put on one of your slides to MTI, the leadership in the building. Sarah, you know, Miss Gigi is real. She was real before the pandemic. She was real during the pandemic. And when I first met her, she laid out what are the issues. And I appreciate you. And I want to say that right here, Miss Gigi. But to hear our staff, our instructional coaches speak, and if you know Miss Stone is not going to sugarcoat it for anyone. So I invite you not only to have conversations with them, but to trail them around to meet our students. Can you believe it? These are our students. These are our staff, our administrators. They're having this opportunity and this level of excitement. I have not even seen it in the last 30 months. Okay, we've been through some tough times together and still going through tough times. But this board, I wanted to lift you. You made a historic investment during the pandemic without additional dollars being promised. You had to prioritize, and you made it. And this staff, the superintendent advisory, literacy advisory, didn't come about just because. We said, how are you going to assure that this is happening? So we have the group. How's it going in the buildings? How's it going in the community? What's the conversation? You remember you asked, how are you going to follow up? How are we going to be honest about what's happening? So we have the literacy advisory. We invite you to come. We invite you to go speak to our students. We invite you to talk to the parents. This is real stuff. And I appreciate Board Member Simpkins saying she was optimistic. This is one of the things that will change our trajectory in terms of our enrollment numbers. If done well, continuously supported, We give the staff the collaborative time. So I just want to say thank you to all of you, but board members, this is one time I want you to tell you, please just give yourselves a pat on the back. It's okay. This was a big deal, and you see the staff being happy. So Jessica, Kyla, the rest of you, you know, I said Miss Gigi and Ms. Stone, thank you. You presented tonight like I have not seen a presentation at this board table since I've been here on some real stuff. And by the way, MTI, they're not shy. If it wasn't going along, they wouldn't just come here and go along. And I appreciate that about them, honest dialogue. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Moving on to the next agenda item, Ms. Cindy Green will present about the implementation proposal for Universal Earned Honors.
Thank you so much. And thank you again to our K-5 staff. We greatly appreciate you being here. Similar to the previous presentation, I just want to take a minute to introduce some of our school staff that are here with us. Their voices are critically important to this conversation as well. So we have our principals from our 4 comprehensive high schools, Matt Hendrickson, Matt Thompson, Mickey Smith, and Dan Kiega. We have Sean Storch, who's one of our assistant principals at West High School. We have a number of teaching staff. Oh, we also have Dr. Chris Mancini, who is the assistant principal at East High School. And Chris, I apologize. I think I might have said your last name wrong. I do it all the time. We have Aaron Edwards Miller here. We have Corey Hayden here. We have Deidre Jarecki here. We have Sigrid Murphy here. And we also have Bree Marshall here, who are teachers at our high schools to also add voice to this conversation. I believe all of them are virtual. I'm toggling this hybrid thing tonight, so I am not sure if any of them are in person, but I think most of us are virtual. I see Nichelle giving me, she's my eyes tonight. I appreciate you. Thank you. We're all virtual. So with that, I am going to kick us off again, and then I will definitely be turning it over to our staff. Jesse, could you share the screen, please? So just as a reminder to the board and to the community, this is a conversation we've been having for about 6 years now when we started the implementation of earned honors in some of our 9th and 10th grade classrooms back in 2017-18. We also shared a presentation with the board back in October for our plans for next year about increasing advanced course opportunities. And one of those strategies is a universal approach to honors. For those of you that may not know, back in about 2010, we as adults, I'm getting an echo, sorry. We as adults made some decisions to create separate standalone honors courses. And so some of what decisions we made, we're seeing the effects and the inequities of what that decision has played out for us as a district. I want to take us to the next slide, if you don't mind, Jesse. I'm going to ask you to engage in another clip of Teach Us All from 2017 that I think is an important piece of a video to watch as we start this conversation tonight. So Jesse, if you wouldn't mind playing the video.
See, I was born in 1941, and I saw the craziness around me then. It's the same craziness I see around me now. In my world, not too much has changed.
For me, as a person who made an incredible sacrifice as a teenager to endure what I endured, it's been very startling.
I thought that in a broader world, people would develop a consciousness of being a part of something bigger than themselves.
Well, for Black students, we're back to where we were a year or so before Martin Luther King was assassinated. It's not a story of progress, it's a story of total inequality of schooling.
Separate but equal never became the truth. So the idea that we can create equitable schools in a segregated society is a myth. Show me where it's happening. It's not happening anywhere.
And divided, we failed. At the height of school desegregation in 1988, the Black-White achievement gap was at its narrowest. Since then, the gap began to widen again.
So one has to believe one of two things. You either have to believe that there are hardly any intelligent Black and Latino kids, or in a country with a long history of racial caste, that we are simply remaking that racial caste in our schools.
Segregation is really, really corrosive in terms of giving lies to everybody. It lies to the outside world by saying these kids, because they haven't achieved enough, must not be competent.
Those who say it's not an issue, it's because they lack the will. They lack the will of Dwight Eisenhower, a Republican president, a general who's willing to send troops to Little Rock, Arkansas to require it. We haven't seen a leader with that kind of resolve in a long time.
Everybody will say, well, we don't mean for people to be apart. We're not doing it on purpose. Well, you might not be doing it on purpose, and you might be doing whatever you think is the best for your child, and I get that. But don't make that decision thinking that you're not having an impact on the whole. Take some responsibility for what happens to the whole.
Thank you so much, Jesse. If you could please go to the next slide. Thank you. So in addition to the work that we started back in 2017-18, we are working with ICS Equity this year. As a reminder, an amazing contract that the board approved over the summer. And in that work, we're really digging into the history of education and the history of programming that has been designed in education. And so I just want to pause here on this point here around historically, we tend to focus on seeing student as broken versus the system. And we also focus on the more diverse educational institutions, the greater the response to segregation. So again, a focus on continuing to try and create additional programming versus an emphasis on opportunity for all of our students. I'm going to ask you to go to the next slide, Jesse, and I want to introduce Sigrid Murphy, who is one of our math teachers over at West High School, and who has also been an individual that has been really leading the work around honors and their approach at West High School. So I'll turn it over to Sigrid to see if she wants to add anything else about this second historical slide before jumping into the next one.
Good evening, everyone. As Cindy said, I'm Sigrid Murphy and I teach at West High School. A couple of things I just wanted to add from my perspective that in the 2020-2021 school year, 30% of the students in geometry at West identified as white, while 72% of the students in geometry honors identified as white. To quote Carolyn Tyson, author of Closing the Opportunity Gap, to the extent that racial and ethnic minority students and white students are not exposed to the same learning opportunities, racial gaps in achievement on standardized tests will follow, because students who are exposed to a more challenging curriculum tend to score higher on standardized tests than their peers. In addition, from my experience, students in non-honors classes develop deep-seated beliefs about their identities as math learners. Beliefs about oneself are powerful motivators and deterrents to learning. And I'll send it back to you, Cindy.
Jesse, can you please go to the next slide? I'm going to turn it back to you, Sigrid, to talk about the slide.
Yeah, so I can't speak for all of West High School or all of the district, but I know within the math department, all of us are completely 100% behind the district's plan. Students of color in honors classes report feeling isolated. Some decline placement in honors classes because of this. And according to Gloria Ledson-Billings, one aspect of culturally relevant teaching is that teachers hold all kids to high standards. So when we say all, we mean all.
And this is a place where I think, Sigrid, I'm going to add on a little bit with you. I'm Bree Marshall. I also teach at West High School. I'm in our English 1 team, and I facilitate our PCT as well around some of our universal honors practices. And I would just expand some of that language around student voice, that while I don't necessarily have like direct quotes from my students, I have been also working in our Avid Tops program for the last 8 years at West. And particularly the last 3 years, I've been supporting graduating seniors who are largely in our AP and advanced electives at West. And just a couple of sound bites, just kind of from students that have been kind of sharing with me about their experience. Some things that I often hear are phrases like, I really feel in over my head. I look around this room and I feel like other people came here with more knowledge than me. Just to kind of get back to Sigrid's idea of like self-efficacy. And because of that, they often do not persist and will leave at quarter, sometimes sooner. And even are, I think, aware enough to say things like, I just don't feel like my family has the same background or experience or access or agency, whether that's language, whether that's levels of education and the ability to sort of think about how we access school and knowledge about something as simple as like a schedule change, like Sigrid said, sort of where we maybe shift out of or don't opt into a course. So I think where I can sort of summarize for what I think our students would say about feelings of exclusions, feeling a lack of safety and a lack of skill when they get to some of these positions of honors and advanced coursework. And I think that's what makes this really crucial.
Thank you. Can you go to the next slide, please, Jesse? Thank you. So just a reminder, when we talked in October, we mentioned that we think it's critically important that we expand the opportunities students have access to in terms of all advanced courses. We know it's really important for students to be leaving with something tangible in hand, whether that's early college credit, whether that's an industry certification. And one of our strategies to begin to grow advanced coursework is to have a universal strategy for honors. If you could go to the next slide, please. That universal strategy is outlined here. I think I'm going to turn it back over to Bree, and she's just going to talk through this real quick.
Yeah, so I think to make this most practical for sort of like how we're implementing this, I think that yellow box in the top right corner really gets at what this means. So during course selection, students are not having to pick a specific honors class. It is not about opt-in culture. It's about everyone having access, everyone having opportunity. It's a universal practice. Because I think the biggest barrier we're seeing with our students to honors level coursework is the belief that they belong in an honors level course and that they will be able to be successful there. Again, that matter of self-efficacy, I think, is our students' biggest barrier. So essentially what needs to happen is that students are earning a 90% or above on projects and tests. We call them performance assessments, which were designed in-house organically by most of our staff. That's at least the piece that we've had at West. And we've done extensive hours of work and rich conversation around ensuring that skills and standards are being met equally and truly are honors rigorous level assessments, and then maintaining a C or better in their course overall. So essentially that is available in our core English, history, biology, and integrated science and algebra classes. And then also we are hoping to shift in future school years into English 2, world history, chemistry, geometry, and algebra 2 trig, which are some of our sophomore courses. So again, just the universality of that, the fact that this is an equity move that we need to get behind for our students because they don't have to opt in. It makes it accessible for everyone.
Thank you, Bree. Next slide, please. So I think one thing that is very important to note is that this work is being co-constructed with us and our schools and school staff. We have some work that's led by Patty Schaefer, who is also here tonight, that is supporting it from the central perspective, but it's really with our schools. I'm going to ask Sean Storch or Chris to just chime in here from their perspective to add anything around the slide in terms of our collaborative planning group and how that's working.
Yeah, we have some pretty amazing teachers, and our teachers are totally committed to our kids. We are very, very, very fortunate in the MMSD to have teams of teachers who want to dig into this work, who want to raise the level of rigor for all students, and who are going to work together to make sure that we deliver the best, highest quality instruction to all of our kids.
And I echo what Sean said. In addition to that, Patty sent out information to ensure we invite staff to this collaborative work group, which takes place December 14th, looking for 2 to 5 staff/teachers. And over at East, we had over 10 staff who volunteered to dive into this important work. And so it's important for all of our staff, not only at East, but across all of our comprehensive high schools.
Thank you so much. Next slide, please. So we know just coming together and talking about the plan is not going to be enough. And we know that we have been doing professional learning for many years, but we believe that there's more that we want to do for teachers in order to be set up for success to facilitate universal honors. So I'm going to see if Deidre wants to come in and just chime in about anything on this slide.
Yeah, thanks, Cindy. Can everybody hear me okay? Okay. Prior to coming to MMSD, this is my 4th year as an English teacher at La Follette. I worked in Sun Prairie for 8 years and was part of a team that detracked and went universal with our curriculum. And I think what many parents and students struggled with was, what does that look like? Because we had always had the standalone honors course. And so what does that mean? And some things that our PLC was able to work toward was not only creating some common summative assessments, but also common formatives that had scaffolds in them, both on the high end and on the needing more support end. So for example, in our Macbeth unit, when we're studying Shakespeare, we would have like a soliloquy pulled that students would be paraphrasing. And the A version of that would have the speech from Shakespeare and all blank lines. The B version might have 50-50 multiple choice and blank lines. And a C version might have all multiple choice. And we would work toward having students push themselves, building higher each time that they took on another one of those speeches. And so the rigor was still there for students, but there were also scaffolds in place for other students that would need it, and then the opportunity to keep growing and moving, all within one course. And so those are the kinds of things that, given this professional development and given the planning time with our teams across the district, within our schools, and also building off of the work that many people like myself who are in pathways, we've been doing earned honors all along, can share with our colleagues. To make sure that everybody's getting that access to rigorous work and paths to learning that work for them.
Thank you. Jesse, if you could go to the next slide, please. So that's what teachers need. And now we want to talk about kind of how we're going to do that. So I'm going to turn it over to a few of our building principals, I think, to chime in here in terms of what that looks like.
Thank you, Cindy. Matt Henderson Memorial High School. I'm not going to, kind of walk us through every step of this screen, but I think more importantly and more broadly want to highlight the commitment to ensuring that staff have the time and resource to do their very best work for our students. And we really want to work on leveraging some of our current structures that we have, our PLCs, our teacher teams, and the common planning that we've built in. Really important to make sure that this happens throughout the implementation process. I want to, defer to some of my other colleagues here. They have
Matt Thompson, anything you want to add to this slide or the next slide that goes
Sure.
through?
Well, actually, I got the next slide because the next slide, Cindy, and good evening, everybody. Matt Thompson from La Follette. Yeah, the next slide, Cindy, really sort of like encapsulates and highlights a robust implementation strategy to bring this to life. And it's really 5 big ideas with this in terms of like initially how we're communicating to families as that's laid out, how we're articulating the PD plan to our stakeholders in the building, how we're developing curriculum and assessments for our teacher teams, specific training laid out for our teacher leaders, because that's going to be critical to the work, our 9th grade and 10th grade teacher leaders eventually the following year, and eventually all staff training. So the timeline really encapsulates what is going to be necessary as we move from like that November to January chunk, which is really updating our course catalog, right, getting our work group, facilitating this communication stream, communicating out to families for both course selection, our 8th to 9th grade transition. Then that February to May range, right, we're thinking about what the timeline is for the PD plan, how we're going to monitor this implementation and articulate the PD plan to our staff. Summer will be spent actually doing the curriculum and assessment development, as well as getting ready, getting our teacher leaders trained to move into August for a full staff professional development. So it's a very robust timeline to support the implementation of Universal Honors.
Thank you so much. Jesse, can you go to the next slide? It just reiterates what Matt said in terms of our plans over the summer to really take advantage of the summertime for our teams to come together to continue the work that they have been doing and that they will also be doing this spring, as well as thinking about this work continues into next year. Next slide, please. So I'm going to start on this slide, and then I'm going to actually see if Deidre is able to chime in here in a minute. I think she was dealing with a kid as well. But what I think I want to state on this slide is we have spent time learning about what other districts across the entire state are doing, a lot within the kind of 90-94 area. But here shows the districts that really wrap around Madison and surround Madison in terms of their approaches to honors and honors coursework. And what you will notice is that none of our surrounding districts any longer offer standalone honors. A few schools have gone further than MMSD has in terms of we were on a journey together around earned honors, which is Middleton, Cross Plains, and many other school districts really focus on increasing courses in advanced placement and in dual credit and or early college as well. We provided a full list of the school districts that we were able to collect that data from, and that is also linked in the slide deck and in the plan that we shared with the board. Deidre, I don't know if there's anything else you want to add based on your experience from Sun Prairie before we go to the next slide.
Just that, you know, there were definitely growing pains, and again, it was a system that parents and students were used to, but I actually think in MMSD, we have the strength of just having this going on in our Pathways programs already and seeing the successes of it working there. And we also still have our AP courses, and we even offer an AP English course at the sophomore level, which a lot of other districts don't have, to my knowledge. So there are still those options for students that are looking for that next step of rigor beyond what you would find in that traditional space. But the heterogeneous groupings that we're going to get in those courses, those core courses especially, is going to help our equity and also really help close that opportunity gap.
Can you go to the next slide, please, Jesse? So I just wanted to reiterate the key metrics that we're paying attention to next year. These are metrics that we shared with you back in October that not just focus on what we will be learning from our universal earned honors approach, but also around what it means for students as they matriculate to post high school and as they are accessing more of the AP and dual credit courses that we will be providing for them. Next slide, please. I want to pause here on this quote that I think is very relevant to the work that we did from Dr. Kendi. We believe this approach is really doing exactly what this says in terms of standardizing the opportunities. Before we close and go to discussion, I just want to see if any of our staff want to add anything else that they maybe were not able to share through the presentation. Board Member Castro, if that's okay, before we go to discussion.
Yep, go ahead.
So I'll just pause for a minute.
I think one more space that I just wanted to kind of highlight is that I do, and reiterate, is that I do think across the district that we are highly equipped, highly ready, highly invested in this work. The staff is here to do it. We want to do this work. We want to do this for our students. We want to give them more opportunity. We want to give them more agency. And I just think we need leadership to be ready to go to bat with us and for us, and help us with some of the pushback that we know we're going to meet, like anything else. When you're making a big change to a system that's going to challenge power and resources that have been held by a dominant group for a long period of time. And I just want to urge that if we say strategically that we are for all students, then we have to serve all students. And I think Universal Honors is how we're going to do that.
So Cindy, can I close us out?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Herbert.
So good afternoon, everyone. Well, good evening. And I'll just resurface equity without liberation is not equity. And to that point, when we speak of diversity, inclusion, and equity, diversity is presence. Inclusion is participation. Equity is power. And how do our students see themselves? How they're celebrated? And how do we bring voice into a space for them to be successful?
Thank you, Mr. Harvey. And with that, Jesse, could you please go to the next slide? I think it's a time for discussion. Yep, and thank you. Third presentation for the night. Jesse, you could take us off screen share. We also have Mary Jankovich here, who is our Executive Director of Secondary Programs and Pathways, and Patty Schaefer, who is our Director of Secondary core courses in STEM. So just a few other staff people that are here for questions related to this topic.
And who is Mr. Harvey?
Oh, Mr. Harvey, thank you so much. He is our Associate Superintendent of High Schools, Ennis Harvey. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Moving into discussion, I see Board Member Muldrow.
I want to thank you all so much for the consideration that went into this presentation and the thoughtfulness around how we address really, long-term inequities throughout our system. Cindy, I've talked to you about this before. So I'm curious what percentage of our students earn college credit for calculus. I think I want to use calculus and college credit as an example, because we wouldn't just pour a group of students into calculus and say, hey, everybody should be exposed to this, everybody can thrive in this class. There is a difference between, kind of how people engage with the progression of mathematics. So can you talk me through what percentage of our students take calculus in high school, get college credit for it, and what the demographics of those students currently look like?
Absolutely. And this is something that I will provide to the board through our weekly update. But approximately 5.8% of our student population take something of calculus and/or beyond and earn a college credit for it.
Yeah, so that's a really small percentage of our students. Do you have the demographics of that 5.8% of kids?
I do, and I'm happy to put it in the weekly updates for the board to look at after tonight and make sure you can get it.
Is there any reason you don't want to name those demographics or that demographic now?
I can go through some of the demographics real quick for you. Dr. Jenkins, I just want to where's Dr. Jenkins on my screen? Okay, there you go. Okay, all right, yes, President Muldrow, I'll name some of that real quick. Our students that identify as white, 9% of that 5.8%. 14% of that group is Asian. 0.7% is identified as Black or African American. 1.6% Latinx. 5.9% multiracial. Students that have an IEP, it is redacted because that percent is too small. Students that do not have an IEP, 6.9%, and those that identify as an advanced learner are 11.4%.
I think I'm a little confused by the demographic, particularly you said 9% of the students who take calculus for credit identify as white. The percentages you just listed don't necessarily get us to 100%.
So I think that's why it'll probably be best for me to provide this in an update and have the information from our research department that can describe it better than trying to do this tonight on the screen.
Okay. I'm like, I look forward to that information, but I think, how does earned honors get us from, a relatively small group of students taking calculus for college credit to more students taking calculus for college credit, and that group of students being more diverse? Can you speak to how this really means rigor for all, really gives access to every opportunity we as a district are providing for our young people?
Absolutely. I'll let Deidre start with her hand up, and then I'll chime in from a system perspective.
Thank you.
I think Sigrid also from a math perspective can chime in.
I think right now with the tracks and the standalone honors, we're very much seeing, and this is my anecdotal experience, that I'm seeing students in the honors courses go on to take and be ready for the AP work, and students who are not in our honors courses are, for lack of a better word, stuck in that track and not making it to those more advanced courses. And then being in those heterogeneous groupings where they can learn from each other. And I was actually really inspired to hear the letters work that's happening in the elementary school, as a literacy person at the high school, and hearing about the blended learning that's happening with students there. And that's what can be happening at the high school level as well, to make sure that more of our students can be ready to take that advanced coursework.
Okay. I'm not sure if that necessarily gets to the kind of the idea of like, hey, here's where we're at for kind of who currently has the opportunity to take calculus versus 5 years from now, this is how this will be different because of our current approach. And I think, kind of slapping the word equity onto something without being attached to an outcome that actually promotes equity is where I find some of the conversation to be challenging. I appreciate that this presentation ended with a quote from the author of How to Raise an Anti-Racist. Another quote I think is really relevant to the conversation we are having comes from Malcolm X, which is, you can sit at a table, but if you're not eating, you're not a diner. If you're in a classroom and you're not learning, then your student experience, is being undermined. And so I am curious, I guess, what we're doing in elementary and middle school that lies the foundation for kids to actually be successful in honors and advanced learning programming, and also sets kids up to get college credit, to have high school credit in foreign languages when they enter from middle school. All of those sorts of things, I think one of my problems with how we've had this conversation over and over again is that we create the achievement gap in elementary school and then we pretend to resolve it in high school. And I'm really curious how what we're doing in elementary school and middle school is going to align with this approach in high school, or if we're just going to kind of create classrooms where some kids are a lot more successful in a variety of ways than others.
Yeah, so let me I'll chime in here for a minute. One, I just want to be clear, I don't know that our approach for increasing access to advanced courses, specifically those that have some type of tangible credit that students leave with, is directly focused to the number of students that can earn calculus. I think there's a variety of ways students can think about accessing math at any grade level. So I just wanted to clarify that, and I'll let Sigrid talk specifically about the math piece from her expertise. In terms of the other questions, yes, Ali, this is not something that this singular strategy is going to dismantle an entire system that has a lot of areas where we perpetuate inequities. This is a small step. Simultaneously, the conversation we had earlier where I led with our earliest learners and full day 4K, and the presentation that just happened before around literacy and increasing access to the arts as an approach, and thinking about articulated skills traits, and thinking about what we're trying to do at middle school, and the investment we've made into world languages, where students at middle school are able to earn high school credit while in middle school, so that they can get their global education certification in high school, so that they can get the seal of biliteracy, so that they can go into the AP courses. We also define and are thinking about sequencing and streamlining our arts and our CTE courses so that more students are getting into those level 3s and 4s. Those not only are advanced courses, but those also leave kids with industry certifications, which gives them these opportunities post high school. So all of those together are part of the work that we're doing. I've said before, our students walk through the doors the moment that they're in 4K or kindergarten, and we do start to do some segregation, right? So there is a lot of undoing that we have to do. And we believe that this conversation about kind of this universal access of rigor at 9th and 10th grade, where there are a set of required core courses that you have to take, is one step towards that. So I wanted to make sure that I was clear on that. But I will turn it to Sigrid just to see if she wants to chime in about the math piece specifically before going into the other questions.
Yes, as an AP calculus teacher, I just want to say that I think it's certainly possible and likely that this plan will help more students reach calculus in high school. But even if it doesn't, the plan to really teach every math class at an honors level will be of great benefit to everyone. The College Board recently released a study that students who took an AP course, an exam, and earned a 1 or 2 were more successful than their peers who didn't take an AP class in college. And so, we're starting an AP pre-calculus class as a new course next year. I think providing rigorous opportunities for all students will benefit everyone.
I don't disagree. I do think that if 10 years from now, the same kids who are likely to be given preferential treatment in the area of mathematics, meaning particularly white boys, are still the folks who dominate that area, I have a problem with that. And so I think, if we're doing this work, we should want a different outcome. If we're doing this work so that we can say we're doing it and we're not actually going to get a different outcome, I have a hard time being as enthusiastic about it. And so, although I appreciate the sentiment of creating challenging mathematical opportunities for all young people, I think we should be striving for greater inclusion at all, at the most rigorous levels of opportunity within our district.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that. I just want to pause to see if any other staff want to chime in before I turn it back over to Board Member Castro for other questions.
Ali, can I ask if your question is math, because you are focusing on math. Does that same question about that apply to other content areas? Or do you think that math is its own entity in this conversation?
I think that it's easier for us to think about something like calculus as an area in which you objectively are going to gain skills to be able to perform well in. And I think that when you think of something like advanced creative writing, you don't necessarily expect students to have a uniform set of skills entering a course like that, or a uniform set of abilities to comprehend and grapple with a course like that. So I think, kind of objectively speaking, calculus is the easiest for us to look at and go, hey, over the last, we've taught this throughout our district for decades, and for decades, the students who benefit from the most and have the opportunity has been mostly the same demographically. Although I'd be very excited to see information that says we have seen a significant shift in who takes calculus and gets college credit for it. I think that there is a need to really understand what we're calling advanced learning, what we're calling honors, and what an opportunity means to a student. I do think there's a lot of parents who want their kids to get high school credit in middle school, want their kids to get college credit in high school for economic reasons, right? So one of the factors that Cindy didn't talk about is who has free or reduced lunch and is taking our calculus classes. The other demographic information I'd really like about calculus is a gender breakdown. So if there's an overrepresentation of folks who identify with masculinity versus femininity, I think that speaks to some really historical gaps for young women in education.
Thank you. And as I said, Ali, we'll make sure to get you that data through the weekly updates for the board.
If I could just add, Cindy, right now, my toughest group of students this year is my non-honors, non-pathway group of students in English 2, 10th grade English course. And it's students who don't think they're good at English, don't like English, or no one's pushed them or told them they're capable of that honors level work. And when we have this tracking system, we're losing peer models in all kinds of different ways for students. And it's hurting our students who are at that bottom or regular track, and in ways that can't be made up going forward. And so for me, that's where I see the biggest detriment. And that is my honors and AP courses are much more white than my other courses. And that's just really hard to see in that sense of equity, where it's tougher to grow in those areas.
I'd like to speak to that as well. Board Muldrow, I wanted to bring it down to that elementary level like you were discussing. One of the things that I have seen in the modular work that EL has been doing is within that collaborative model, when we're being intentional about our learning groups for literacy and students are working together, what I have noticed is a huge benefit to our students who would be considered even at elementary school to be our AL students. And what I have significantly seen is what I know I heard and what Deirdre is sharing, which is the mindset, right, around group work and learning and support. I've, over my career, been a middle school teacher for almost 9 years prior to making this shift. And at middle school, I have seen, regardless of whether kids are put on a math track or a writing track or not, they self-select, right? They self-select out of group work based on their feelings around teaching and learning. And group work at middle school level can be challenging if those habits are already embedded in. It's difficult to work with these kids if it's hard for them to read, if it's hard for them to access the learning. And we do see some students who believe that they are strong in academics. It's hard to get them to collaborate and to work together. What I've seen as a difference in the curriculum model with EL that's happened is because of how the access is multi-entry. students who are really highly successful and working within core and are seeing how kids are also working hard together with them in core, the mindset about how they see their peers and how they see themselves has significantly shifted. And I have seen that our kids who are really able to be, I think, in not only in that dominant demographic, as far as like white males or females and highly successful when it comes to reading and writing, they're also using their strategies for collaboration to help teach, to help facilitate, to see the value of all of their groups being successful when they all have a goal, when they all have a touch point. And so for me, having both of those lenses, it's really encouraging to see that mind shift actually, I think, Board Member Muldrow, just like repairing itself at that early stage. I do believe that once we hit 6th, 7th grade, and that is also what some of the data shows, that's where like some of that advanced learning and that AP track separation begins. And even if it's a mental shift versus an actual, like I'm embedded into the coursework. So I believe that the longer that we can get our kiddos to feel and be successful, I mean, when you teach something, you learn it better. When you teach it to another kid, you learn it better yourself, whether you're good at it or not. The research shows that you do it at a higher level that second time, that third time when you educate a peer. And so I have seen students who had started out the year being a little bit standoffish, completely changed by conferences. And one of the things they were most proud about was how well they work together in their collaborative groups. Because some of us know we've got it, but knowing that we can do it with others and bring others along and see the success of our peers, I think is a missing piece that matters. And in addition to that, the middle school curriculum is heavy in literacy. So I think the more that we do this literacy work, when we're talking about CPM for math, which is a great program that is very similar, it has similar collaborative protocols. It expects kids to use grouping for math, and it also expects that to spiral. Then we're building that language foundation. Now we're asking kids to inquire about the work. Some of our kids are not successful in math, not because they can't do the math, but because the language, what they're being asked to do, how they're being asked to solve it is a challenge, right? And what is on a test is a challenge. We have to teach them to be able to read it, to be able to do it. And I believe that if we're going to expect them to collaborate from 2nd grade up through 8th grade, then this is where that game changing can happen. That is my anecdotal, but very authentic belief.
I would echo that exact same sentiment too, Jess, that I think, especially because students can earn honors by semester, I have even seen mindset shifts in students who earn honors their first semester, like being like, wow, I'm earning honors for the first time, and that's exciting, and it makes them believe in themselves more, and it makes them work harder and be more invested in a lot of that collaborative work you were just talking about. And I think that like mindset shift is part of tangible work. And I think it would be interesting too. I don't think we have this data point yet since we're not implementing this in sophomore classes yet, but to ask ourselves, are our students continuing to take those honors classes, like to earn honors into sophomore year and beyond? Because I think a lot of our students feel greater confidence and probably are continuing to earn honors in that next course, and probably in the electives and things that they're taking anyway too.
All right, thanks everyone. Hey, Jessica, I'm sorry, I'm gonna turn it back over to Board Member Castro, who's facilitating the conversation. Thank you.
All right, up next I see our student rep. Joanna, you got your hand raised.
Yeah, thank you. So my first question is just kind of a technical question. I just have to pull it up again. Okay, so for like the group planning thing, the Universal Honors Collaborative Work Group, how are the students going to be selected? Is it going to be principal selecting them, district members selecting them? Is it going to be more of like, hey, I want to be part of this? Like, how are you going to get students and I guess just like find them to work part of this?
Absolutely. I'm going to turn it over to Patty Schaefer and she can respond to that. Thank you, Ioana.
Yep.
Yeah, such a good question, because we have not yet done the work to identify the students who will be part of that work. You heard Chris Manny's from East High School speak to our first round of efforts to get some teachers to really dig in with us. So I think it's a multitude of some of the things that you mentioned. Certainly our principals, I think, who have already heard from some of our students, the teachers in the group will know some of their students, but also working with you, with members of our student senate, with members of some of our student organizations in our schools. We want to make sure that we aren't limiting whose voices we hear in that work. We also need our collaborative work group to really name what is the work that we really are asking our students to do. So we have a specific ask rather than kind of a broad open piece. So that's actually part of our discussion we'll be having in December to then kind of have that call out to students starting in January and into the spring and beyond.
Yeah, thank you. And then my second question is about, so I'm part of DLI at La Follette, and I did do earned honors for our history classes, because we have to do history classes like in Spanish, or else we can't because we can't take regular honors courses. So all we did was just one project and got honors credit. It wasn't hard or anything like that. So how many, I guess for the plan, how many projects are they gonna have to do in order to get honors credit? Would it be more than just one, or kind of what is the plan with that?
Patty, you want to start, and then our school staff can also answer.
Yeah, and really speaking about the earned honors work, there is some variation across specific courses or across grade levels by content area, but largely what we've done for implementation kind of universally is there's really sort of two things that we look for. And I think this was on one of the slides at one point that, like I said, how do students earn honors credit? And it's really two factors that get factored in. One is the performance assessment that I'm thinking that you're speaking to. So presumably you did that in Q1. Over the course of an entire semester, there's a minimum of 2 performance assessments that students would take in a particular course. Some courses are going to have more frequent pieces. It somewhat depends upon how that assessment best fits with the course plan and the standards or the content that you're learning. So it's earning honors credit in your course and students in other courses for the semester looks at both the performance on those performance assessments as well as overall performance in the course. So it's a C or better in the course and a 90% or better collectively on all aspects of the requirements for the projects or performance assessments.
Ioana, to your point, I think that might be something that student voice could bring to our work as well. Because I've been part of teams that have designed some of the performance assessments and rubrics, and it would be awesome to have that student perspective of what does this feel like to you? Does this feel rigorous or not? I think that would be a really important piece.
And I think we need to start seeing our performance assessments in connection to your summative assessments too, because I'm sure, Ioana, you did more than, you had lots of other summatives, I'm sure, right? In addition to your performance assessment, probably in a quarter, right? So, I think we have to kind of think about those as sort of the progress points that lead up to those quarterly performance assessments. And I think that is something that in the long-term work of Universal Honors, we have to consider how the formative category and the weight of that interacts with the performance assessments and how that affects grades. Because right now the performance assessment category doesn't necessarily have weight that actually impacts the grade, but it does affect whether or not the honors will appear on the transcript, which is a different component of the grading and obviously a more technical logistic. But I very much think that the summative assessments, in a semester do build and sort of add a foundation of skill that gets you to the place of that quarterly assessment, maybe feeling pretty much at ease because you've already worked on other standards and skills.
Yeah, thank you. I was just asking because at La Follette, we don't really have earned honors, I don't believe. So DLI is probably, I think, the only program unless Pathways also has one. So I was just wondering how those, I guess, special programs are going to be affected by this new earned honors that's going to be implemented, if they're just going to change the way they do it. But yeah, thank you so much for answering my questions.
Thank you. Board Member Simpkin, followed by Board Member Gomez-Schmidt, followed by Dr. Jenkins.
Thank you. I want to just start by acknowledging that I think that everybody who is in this virtual room and this actual room is doing everything that they can with the best intentions for all of our students. And that's, I'm going to ask a lot of questions, but I'm starting with that assumption. So I wanted to say that out loud. When I'm thinking about the inequities that we're seeing in high school, I also want to recognize that those inequities are starting in preschool, and that we have those students for up to 9 years before they're getting to 9th grade. And so I think that what we could be looking at is where are we helping to make sure that our students are reading at grade level, writing at grade level, being able to dive deeply into content in order to be able to prepare them for rigorous advanced coursework. And now we're talking about making this really significant shift in our course offerings. One of the things that I didn't see in the presentation and I didn't see in the plan for earned honors was the language that we are going to be removing the honors classes. So I just want to acknowledge that it is not just an implementation of universal earned honors, but it's also a removal of our honors classes. And I understand the reasoning behind implementing universal earned honors. And I appreciate the reasoning behind doing that, making sure that we are catching students who have the capacity to be doing harder, more rigorous work, but don't feel comfortable taking that next step. I appreciate that. What I'm really struggling with is the removal of the honors classes, which I see as separate from the universal earned honors. And the reason why I feel that that is really separate is because when we look at our advanced learners, what we see is we see often some different learning patterns than the rest of our population of learners. What we can see is that our learners learn much quicker, that they often need no repetition at all. They're often much more self-driven and are interested in going really deeply into content. And so when you talk about students that have those types of characteristics, they benefit from a different style of class. And what I see in the core curriculum, the core classes that we're talking about, is we're talking about offering them the core classes and then an extra project, some scaffolding. But to me, a really good honors class is offered quicker than, the curriculum is going at a faster pace. There's a lot more engagement. You're going deeper into topics. You're expecting a lot more independent work. And the content itself may be different than in a regular course. And so while I understand the idea of bringing our students together so that they can learn from one another, and I appreciate that idea deeply, what I think is missing here is, what does the advanced learner need in order to keep progressing in their education? If they are being used as a peer model, there's a lot to be said for that in the development of social and emotional skills. There's a lot to be said for that around the ability to learn how to teach content. But that advanced learner is also not having the opportunity to go at the speed and the depth that they would benefit from. And so when we're talking about a very different way of offering this curriculum, I want to talk about how we've gotten to this moment in time. So here we are, we're in this room, and I've heard in a couple of meetings now that there's been engagement around the process of making this decision. I have been on the board since April, and before that I was an MMSD parent for 11 years of an advanced learner. And during that time, I was never engaged in a conversation, nor was my child, around the removal of honors courses. And so what I'm wondering is, I want to know how that engagement took place. So here's my first question is, for students, how were students engaged in the decision to move from the framework we currently have to an only earned honors framework? And so what I'm wondering is specifically, when were they engaged and in what manner were they engaged? How many students participated and from what schools? And are these students who are going to be impacted moving forward, or are they still in high school? Will they be entering high school next year? I'd love to know what questions they were asked. Where's the data and results from that engagement? And how did the results from your engagement with students impact the decision to move forward with the plan to remove earned honors or remove honors classes?
So I will start, and I will ask my colleagues to chime in, both principals from our schools as well as teachers and others. I think your question was student engagement. So we have received voice from students for the last 4 years through a variety of student surveys, as well as anecdotal data. In addition to that, we have been providing this information to students in the middle schools through their academic and career planning, as well as through their kind of 8th through 9th grade transition. So that's kind of a system level, high level overview of that. We have survey results from previous years in terms of what students have said. I will start first with Sigrid, who I see is going to chime in, and then I'll ask our building principals to talk about how they've engaged student voice.
I heard you ask about student voice and also about advanced learners. So in terms of student voice, West has been engaged in equity work for the last few years since the pandemic started. We have regular meetings with kind of like homerooms with students where we talk about different issues. And one of the biggest concerns from students that has surfaced consistently is the lack of diversity in honors and advanced classes and also in staff members. So students are definitely concerned about it and questioning why it's the case. In terms of your question about will honor students, advanced learners be challenged in this with this shift, I think if we were to offer honors algebra 2 and then regular algebra 2 with an earned honors option, those two courses would be inherently different. There's been consistent research from schools who have detracked. And I'm saying that with the caveat that we're not really talking about detracking, because detracking would really also get rid of the option to accelerate from one level to the next. But the students who were most advantaged by detracking were advanced learners consistently in every study.
I'm going to see if any of our high school principals want to chime in from the individual schools in terms of student voice. I'll open it up to Chris and Mickey, Matt, Sean, Matt, Dan, Oliver.
Cindy, I got to be honest with you, I've got a little bit different take on this because I do a lot of empathy interviews with students who maybe are in my hallways or are disengaged. And I tell you one striking empathy interview I did with a student who was an advanced learner and basically articulating the fact that he was discussing his comfort level with honors classes and his reticence and unwillingness to be in said section without any other students that look like him. So this is a very real. I don't have a ton of data that Ms. Simpkins is looking for, But I will tell you, I spent a lot of time with my students who struggle for various reasons. And I mean, this is very striking to me. So highly capable student, unwilling to access the opportunity that he's capable of.
So thank you for sharing that. I'm going to share just a little personal snippet before I move on to my next question.
Can I just have, I'm so
yeah.
sorry, Board Member Simpkins, Mickey from East High School was going to chime in real quick. So I just want to give her a chance to respond to your previous question.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate what Matt said. So I wasn't there at the very beginning when we started moving to earned honors. I was here in the building, but not really interviewing, or I don't have specific data. But I can speak to that students do not want to be the only one. I can speak to that wholeheartedly, still to, you know, we do know that our students of color, our Black and Brown students, are achieving earned honors or honors credit in the earned honors coursework. And so I think if we were to go ahead and actually did a survey, I think that you will find that students would, yeah, I'd like to be in an honors class and I know I can do this work, but I'm not going to be the only one. Even in students who are certainly capable of doing AP work will go into a class and be the only one there. Nope, I'm not taking that class. So, I mean, there's a lot of anecdotal information. I am certain that if we did do a survey of students right now, would you go ahead and take an earned honors course or even a standalone honors course if the class resembled you? I'm certain that we would have students that would definitely say yes.
Thank you, Mickey. I really appreciate that. When I'm thinking about the demographics of our classes and the fact that our students our students of color are sharing that they're not feeling comfortable being in those classes, I think that that is a real issue that we need to fix. And what I question is the removal of the honors classes as the way that we're fixing that. Because again, true honors coursework would look different than the classes that you're presenting. And I think we have a number of students who would tremendously benefit from them that have been not identified as advanced learners because of different, discriminatory practices over the years. And I hate to think that we would take away an opportunity because we haven't gotten it right yet. I'm going to move to my next question. My next question is, I'm looking to understand your plan for implementation. And so what we have is we have a process that you are going to be going through. Where is the plan to, or is there a plan to actually integrate honors content within the non-honors courses? So when Johanna spoke, she was speaking about one extra project that she was doing, which in no way resembles the experience of a student in an honors class. And we're talking about giving honors credit to students. And so I think that it's more than having student voice, students speaking up to say, hey, this isn't hard enough. I think we need to have a complete plan in place before we would consider removing the honors classes. And that includes, if we're going to have our advanced learners in those classes, how are we integrating that content into the courses?
So thank you. I'll chime in here. So we do have a plan, and the high level overview of that plan has been shared with the board. Every year we go through a reflect and adjust process for the courses that currently offer earned honors, and we will continue to do that, as well as what you saw on the slides in terms of bringing our teacher teams together to co-construct that. Our teachers at the 9th and 10th grade level have been teaching a variety of classes, both standalone classes, advanced placement classes. Some of them even teach dual credit. So their expertise in this process to continue to refine is what a piece of our plan is. Also, in terms of advanced learning at high school, just a reminder to everyone that we have had an approach that advanced learning at high school is really based on student choice and voice in course selection. So next year we are increasing AP courses, we're increasing dual credit and early college credit, as well as levels 3 and 4 in arts and CTE. And we see students' voice and choice in terms of picking those classes that are both of interest to them in their areas of identification, as well as exploratory areas, as the way we have approached advanced learning specifically at high school.
So I've read through the documentation that you've provided, and what I see is a plan for the implementation of universal earned honors. What I don't see is a plan for the elimination of honors courses. And so that's really what I'm looking for. I'm looking to see what does that mean in, and I'm going to ask some more questions around what I would like to see in that. What I'm interested in seeing is, first of all, where is the analysis on the impact on teacher workload? And so in that category, I'm wondering about how is this going to impact the amount of work we're expecting from our teachers? We're now talking about differentiating to a wider range of learners and including additional curriculum. And does that mean that you're also going to be planning to propose smaller class sizes in order to balance the expectations that we have on our teachers? So I'll let you answer that before I go to the next one.
Absolutely. So I think our plan, we see them as one and the same as we are creating a universal approach using earned honors that would be sunsetting our standalone classes. So it's one plan. I think the best way to answer the questions about the differentiation, which we don't see it as an additional load on teachers. These are the courses that teachers are teaching. We may see even some shifts in the way allocation works out while having this more universal approach, but I'll let the teachers respond to the workload piece. I think they're best positioned for that.
Yeah, I can definitely speak to the fact that I facilitate a team where, while doing and designing these performance assessments, I'm supporting both honors standalone teachers and teachers who teach mainstream English 1. And genuinely, our conversations about what we teach curriculum-wise, text-wise, skill-wise in both of those classes are very similar. And honestly, I think one of the issues and frustrations I've had is that it feels like earned honors students can actually, or like standalone honors students can take that course by course selection. They could get a D in that class and not have actually mastered it, not actually be proficient, but they're getting an honors credit for it. And I would be honest in saying that I think that there are some students who are in those honors classes who are getting that credit who are not working remotely as hard as my students in my mainstream class. And there is rigor happening in both of those spaces. And it's less about pacing and it's less about some of those other concerns that you had. And it's more about making sure that we're having collaborative conversations as professionals about what challenges our students in front of us. I can value what you're saying about differentiation, but I'm telling you, I've been doing this for 3 years now. Like, we've been piloting this for a while and trying this out. It's not more work. it's different work, but it's not more work. And it's actually encouraged me to do better collaborative work and conversations with my colleagues about what standards and skills and literacy proficiencies we're looking for in our students. And part of the issue is that I just got to name it. What we are protecting by keeping standalone honor spaces are white spaces. And there is a problem with that. And I have issue with us continuing to put up walls that make it inaccessible for some of our students. And maybe that's too bold to say, but that's, yeah.
Well, actually, Board Member Castro, I think it's time I weigh in because, well, once again, I'm just so proud of our staff here and being bold and stepping out. That's not too bold to say. That is actually the truth. And ever since Brown versus the Board of Education, we'll continue to have these circular conversations that are not getting us anywhere. Board Member Muldrow talked about the outcomes. Well, the outcomes are real. Show me anywhere in the nation when I've had international researchers to talk about these disparities and how they've been disrupted and been sustained. Well, the answer came back. No district has done it in that way as long as they continue to perpetuate this have and have not mentality. When we got Brown versus the Board of Education, which was supposed to resolve a number of these issues, they came back with Green versus Kent County and showed again the staffing patterns that we have, the allocation, the resources, all these things. In Madison, Wisconsin, we are Madison, and we are continuing to perpetuate segregated classes. I don't agree that students have to teach other students. I think it is a collaborative effort, and I think students who may not have grasped the concept help the students who have grasped the concept learn a human element, which is one of human decency. We go back and forth between one another, but there's a statistically proven 1% of students that truly, I don't care what system they're in, they're just slightly different. And we have to address those students as well. We say that our goal 3, Black children and youth will excel. Well, by the means and the resources and things that we're putting towards them, they're not going to excel and thrive and meet our goal 2, like we're talking about. We have our Latino students, we have our students who are special needs, our students who are coming from poverty. The disparities in our district, in our state, we're #1 in the country in our state. In our district, we have some disparities that mirror those of the state and the nation. This whole idea of universal honors, when we talk about what makes up honors itself, and you heard the students say that they do one more project, right? Honestly, they just have not gotten their highest level of exposure to rigor because that particular student, our board member, one of your brightest students in this district, and a number of students, she's not just on an island. There are many students bright like her, but never get a chance to get those opportunities because if they don't start in 3rd grade by the standard, reading quickly, we begin to separate students right there. I'm right now arguing with the state right now of Wisconsin about what does it mean to read quickly. My sister could read quickly. I had to read a little slower. She was smarter than me because as things went on in my athletic prowess, I was able to get into some of those honors classes and in middle school take some of those what we consider to be advanced classes, algebra, which is not advanced. My daughter took it in the 4th grade to give you context. Geometry is not advanced. When you look at students coming from foreign countries, they come here in 8th grade, 7th grade, having already done calculus. They've been exposed to coding early on in elementary. These are the things that we need to be talking about. If we're going to move this district, our district, to where we deserve to be, it's time out. No, we don't want to take away from that 1%. And I'm going to say that 1%, that's a very special group. When we're talking about advanced learners doesn't mean that you're in a gifted group. It means that you had perhaps sometimes some access. These teachers are telling you, they teach in both. And they recognize that these students of all groups could belong. Most often those classes, the question about the most advanced class, I walk down the halls of West. I could tell you what they look like. I walk East. I could tell you, I walk La Follette. I walk Memorial. And these principals on here, You all speak your truths. No one is not telling you not to speak up. Speak your truths. You know what it looked like. You know what we're up against. And so it's time now that we move forward with all of our students and be unapologetic about saying we're no longer going to uphold what is considered to be segregated mentality. In short, a racist attitude. We can talk about race and not be racist. But if something racist, we got to call it that. These systems, these structures have not been set up for all of our students to be successful. And in turn, the teachers here are coming and they're asking, did you hear them say, we need your support to do what they know is right, what they've been called to do. So on that end, I am here to support them and whatever they need, the professional development. And let me tell you this, they don't have all the answers. No one has all the answers. There's no perfect plan. We work together. This is why we call it education. We work together to educate and problem solve together. So I'm just saying to all the board members, to our community, if not now, then when? Are we going to step up and do what we know Madison can do? What Madison can do, we need to let all of our children have the opportunity and the access. And yes, we're going to have to do some things during the summer. We got to do some things maybe outside of the normal school time. And I think in terms of our teachers, when you were asking about those times, they want to do it. We want to support them. And the one question that you did ask in terms of, or which comment that you made in terms of saying that's not rigor, College Board says that right now, 48% of our students who go to college are not ready for college level mathematics. 54% are not ready for that level of reading. I'm sorry, that's the reverse. But they don't get there if they're never exposed to high level rigor. One AP course that's rigorous, that's a 1 or a 2, child has more of a likelihood of being more successful in college. But I'm not even concerned about those data points. I'm concerned about the assets that we're not measuring. That's going to change life outcomes for everybody. And as you started, Board Member Simpkins, you said everybody's coming with good intention. I do believe that. But I believe we're so conditioned because of colonization is real. We don't even know sometimes when we're throwing low expectations to one another. And that I think that has to stop. We have to stop that. So I'll take any questions.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. The one personal piece that I was going to throw in and then I forgot about was in the town I grew up in, it was a large immigrant community. And in the honors courses that were in my school, they were definitely overrepresented students of color. And so I don't believe that this is an issue of honors classes being necessarily racist or segregationist. I believe it is what we are doing in Madison that is causing this problem. And I also believe that this is a problem that starts in the early years. And when we get up to 9th and 10th grade, we're seeing the results of that. I don't believe that these classes are causing segregation. I believe that they're a symptom of what we have done with our students up until then. And so based on my experiences, I object to that general premise. What I would like to know next is, do we have data around how universal honors classes and the removal of honors classes will move our students academically?
And I'll just say to you, universal earners, and when I go to College Board, and you can go look it up on the website, there's nothing to say that student have an honors class in our district that is going to move with that student when they go to Florida, or when they go to Utah, or when they go to California. It's not recognized by the College Board. That's another conversation that we need to have. And when you say growing up with immigrants, I'm an immigrant. I'm not from the United States. I was born in Alabama, and they have a different set of rules. And the more I live, I'm finding that the rest of the United States is more like Alabama. They actually pigeonhole us to what we were going to be. A girl, you had to be a nurse. If you could throw a football, you can go to the University of Alabama without an ACT, okay? But if you couldn't then you had to become a brick mason. So we've got to have some deeper discussion here. This is real on our watch right now. You made an historical investment in early literacy and beyond. It's coming. Our students are ready. Coming out of the pandemic, the research says it's going to take 10 years for this so-called loss we've had. Our students can't wait 10 years. We can't. Our parents can't wait 10 years. And I tell you, our students, our second largest population is Latino, Latinx, and they're growing. They're coming in ELL, but they don't have to stay in ELL, and they want more. And I just think as a district overall, we got to say right now, where are we going? There's no conversation about that goal 3 that's leading to the students being able to really, truly thrive. I'm talking to our students when I walk in. I'm talking about some African-American students in our buildings. I'm talking about some male who are brilliant, but they're not, as Mr. Thompson said, wanting to be in those honors classes because they're in there in isolation. It's a lot happen when you go in a space and you're in there by yourself. I think we have room to where all of our students can thrive. And that's what I'm after. I think when we talk about this whole thing of wanting to be an anti-racist district, what does it mean? And I've been asking that since I interviewed, and I want to see some empirical evidence. To be quite frank, I'm getting tired of saying and seeing students that we're sending them into spaces that they're being annihilated intellectually, socially and emotionally, mentally. We are causing the harm. I'm talking about public education across the nation. We are creating in public education the greatest weapons of mass destruction. It didn't work for 70% of the students before the pandemic, and it's really not working right now for another group of students. We shouldn't be talking about 5% of our students in calculus. Other countries don't. We're better than that. We are Madison. And those surrounding districts, what they're doing, I'm not really even that interested in that. I just know we can do in Madison. We have some of the brightest students, some of the brightest staff. We have the resources. We really have no excuse other than to say, let's move forward. None. It's time out. Done.
So I appreciate that. My question was, do we have data showing the success of a plan identical to the one that you're proposing?
Probably not. I can get you an outstanding plan from somewhere else, but when you go look at that and you disaggregate the data, I can go to Middleton right now. I can go to Verona. Check and see the disparities that they still have. See, it's bigger than just, this is not a conversation about standalone. This is a pre-K through 12 and beyond plan. This is about the livelihood of our community, the quality of life. There is a direct correlation between how well we educate our children and how well they participate in our society. So the plan that we have, and I think what the teachers have said, that plan is more than sufficient to begin to do the work that we need to do. But you're not going to be able to get the heart of these staff in a lot of places that they want to do it. So whatever they want to do to get the outcomes that we desire, I want to advocate. I want to be here for. I want to go fight the legislators and talk about this is what we need, the resources to be able to do the planning time, to be able to do whatever we need to do to get us where we need to be. And I think everybody's here with the best intentions, but I think we got to calibrate on our timing. It's time. We said we were going to sunset. Initially, you know, we had talked about, when you say you haven't heard, the district has been 7 years talking about this. Every year it gets to this place in the month because it's time to do course enrollment, and it gets to rail. So now we're back. Since I've been here about the time shorter than you know, but I was here in 1993. I didn't just get here. I'm back. We were talking about things then, okay? And it hasn't come to fruition, but now is the time. We have a small window to make a difference right now. We really do. And I believe with this board, this administration, this staff, these students, this community, it's time that we say, let's stop all the conversation. What's the strategy? What's the strategy? Let's go do it. That's where I am. I know, board member Gomez Smith.
I'm going to pass the mic to the next person. Thank you.
Board Member Pearson, followed by Board Member Gomez Schmidt.
Yeah, thank you. I had a lot of thoughts in the last 40 minutes of having this conversation. What I will say is this: as a student that these principals and these teachers are on this call were referring to, I was that student. And so, Laura, I appreciate your own personal experience, but my own personal experience as being an MMSD scholar and a third generation person here in Madison, in addition to graduating from West High School, the high school that most of us are talking about right now, being that advanced learner, being that person who was in those AP classes and honors courses, being the only, in many cases, in addition to one of the only kids who were from a lower socioeconomic background, so free and reduced lunch, right? I can tell you what they said was on par with the feeling of, one, feeling like you don't belong, two, feeling as though, what's the point of me being here? Three, coming out of high school with possible imposter syndrome, thinking that maybe you aren't as good enough. And unfortunately, which some folks have said throughout this call, some students in this district have been feeling that way since maybe they were 8. And every time they feel like maybe they got a good teacher who was just like, look, you are capable, they get over that hump, they keep moving on, and then boom, something else happens, right? And then finally they might get into high school and they might feel like, okay, this is great. Like, I'm gonna try this, maybe. And then they get in there and then boom, another thing that makes it feel as though that they are just unwanted in a space. I can tell you right now that those feelings do make it feel as though that you cannot achieve. And even if you got that D, great, I got an honors course, but now I feel terrible about myself or whatever. And I'm not saying directly that's my own story as far as, the grades and stuff like that, but I can attest to the feelings of having to be a part of these spaces as a young person. And then also not of a person who has the resources to get tutors, to access other kind of extracurricular type of course selection to help with whatever, right? And so when Johannes mentioned her own experience, and to say that possibly those folks that participated and worked on it, even if it might have been somewhat easier, to say that isn't on par with honors courses that are standalone, I'm sorry, but that's super disrespectful. Super disrespectful. And I don't think we should ever have to say that about other people's experiences. To talk about students who, standalone is the rigor part. They need that rigor. They need to be a part of that. They have to be a part of that. They have to go deeper. There are a lot of students who don't have the opportunity to even get to that point because they don't even have access. And so it's not saying that those kids don't have the capabilities to be a part of it. It's they don't have the access. And I think that is what folks are trying to say on this call. It's not about, okay, this group of students who have that, who possibly have been working hard, and I'm not taking anything away from them to say that, but what about all the other students that don't have the opportunity to be a part of that space? And there's a lot, and it's more complex and more nuanced than we think it is. And or that we're giving credit in this conversation to. It's not a simple, let's just do this and that's it. And we all know that. And to keep harping on the fact that just asking, well, what are the plans? What are the plans? No one knows what the plans are at this time, right? Because this is something that we are creating all together. And yes, we would love to have it all spelled out. Anyways, I'll just go and just say, I felt somewhat disrespected. And I felt somewhat for those students who may be watching this, because I know on Facebook, there's a lot of folks that are watching this. And I think, yeah, I'm done. I'm done. Sorry.
Sure.
Maya, there was no disrespect intended. And what I felt like I was doing was mirroring exactly what I heard Johanna say, which was, is this what an earned honors class is going to be? I heard her say that she did one extra assignment and she got earned honors credit for it. And she was questioning that. And so I was taking that and repeating it. I do not mean to disrespect anybody, and I'm sorry that upset you.
All right, Board Member Gomez Schmidt.
Thank you, Chair Castro. When I requested that this come back on the agenda, I really hoped we could come together at the board table and really discuss that. I think everyone agrees that we need to address the disparities we see. That is not the issue here, right? It's not the issue. And so I really hoped we could talk more about the plan that you presented, where we are in the process with that plan, and what more is needed. We continue to passionately discuss the why, about why a change is needed. And I get that. I've been in this for a decade too, trying to make sure that we make these changes at the K-8 level, because that's where that change needs to start, right? And so I just want to appreciate the draft implementation proposal that was provided to us to discuss. Since early October, we've received almost 50 emails seeking to better understand this idea as a model of instruction at 9th grade. And I think one of the main concerns was a lack of a plan, along with a lack of engagement with students, families, and staff. So I appreciate that the board is able to discuss the components of the plan. But I'm really hoping that we can move away from the current narrative and underlying assumption about honors classes and AP courses, and who they serve and who's not being provided access. I get that the disparities exist, but we are making progress in this area. And it's almost as if we can't see the progress that we're making in increasing access for more students. Deirdre and Matt Thompson, I'm so appreciative that you were here tonight. I worked with La Follette last year. Deirdre, you invited me into your classroom. I don't know if you remember. I'm going to switch over so I can see you. I came to your AP seminar course. That is a really diverse course of students that you had in there, completely engaged in learning as an alternative to a 12th grade English class. There were students of every demographic in there, and it was impressive. And they were all engaged in this level of learning. And so I think we're creating a narrative that has been perpetuated in Madison for a very long time. And it's part of our problem. We are trying to use high school 9th grade to fix disparities that are at the K-8 level that we have not done a good job of addressing. Okay. I'm going to switch back to my points here and try to be a little less passionate about this, but I think instead of focusing on the why, I think we need to focus on the how. And what we need as a board to make a decision is a plan to understand and discuss how you'll implement the change that's being proposed, how its effectiveness will be measured, and if based on the plan that you're providing to us, if we're ready to move forward with the implementation at this point. So again, I want to thank the staff who are here to provide context around the earned honors model. I'd just like to highlight that in every other presentation that we hear and bring to the board, we bring the voices of students and families and how they're experiencing a particular initiative. And this context is completely missing from this presentation. There's no
Am I-
student and family voices here. And we haven't asked students and families, and I think we need to do this part. A survey to students and families about how they've experienced earned honors and standard honors classes. And I do disagree with some of the assumptions. I'm looking specifically at the proposal that was provided, and I disagree with some of the assumptions provided, giving context to this discussion. I think one of the things that is missing, again, if you look at the K-8 level, is that students enter 9th grade at a very wide range of academic preparation in reading and math levels. And to Joanna's point, as much as earned honors is challenging to some students, it isn't to others. And so we have to figure out a way to navigate this, right? So the focus of my questions tonight will be on the plan that you've provided, the timeline and the key metrics. So as I look at page 5 of the implementation plan, the first action step on the timeline is for November, which has already passed, and it's updating the course catalog, the selection cards for 8th graders, confirming options. And to me, if this step is taken, it appears that the decision of what courses are available for 9th grade through earned honors or standard honors classes has already been made as the first step in an implementation plan before all of the other planning, PD, and class development steps. And in my opinion, this should be the last step. I'm not saying it shouldn't be made. I'm just saying that we need to do the planning part of this. January 2023, there is an RFQ for consultants to support a PD plan. I'm curious what this means and how the parameters of the work will be defined. I suggest changing this to an RFP process so that the work is clearly defined by our parameters of the work we want to see for PD, and we can see who's engaged in this work. So with a lot of the initiatives that we're doing, I'm also going to say I just would rather see RFP, which is request for proposal processes, instead of RFQs. February and March 2023, Universal Collaborative Work Group finalizes the PD plan. This isn't so much a question as a suggestion, but I'm going to suggest that we add a step to include a draft PD plan where high school staff who teach our core courses are allowed to react to and give input into the plan. And so it's finalizing a PD plan with just a small collaborative work group. So I'm hoping we can open that up and receive feedback from all of the high school staff as a step. And then finalizing metrics for monitoring implementation. I also suggest this step needs to be core part of the plan that the board should vote on, and it should happen before significant changes in how coursework is offered. I guess the other suggested addition to the planning part is to add the survey of students, families, and staff to the timeline to understand how students and families are experiencing both the earned honors and the standalone honors classes. To the key metrics, I appreciate, Cindy, that you added this slide for the discussion tonight. And I think that defining which metrics will be used to measure the effectiveness of this particular piece are essential. They seem to be focusing on more long-term and the larger context of the advanced learning coursework we're trying to do. And I guess I'm wondering if we can get more specificity on anticipated short-term effects at the 9th grade level. The one metric that's in there is the 10% increase in students earning honors credit. And I'm assuming we'd measure that at the end of each semester for 9th graders in 2023 and 24. Here are some of the other metrics I think we should consider. An objective way to measure rigor of a class. I think we throw that word around a lot without saying what it actually means. I'd like to see us measure the engagement level of students in their core classes through surveys of students, families, and staff. Again, another survey. I know I'm asking a lot for that, but I do think it's important to engage people in this process. Levels of achievement in the core courses. How many students show growth in their learning, students at all levels. If there's an increase in the number of students proficient or advanced in reading. If what we're implementing or suggesting for a universal earned honors model increases the number of students taking AP courses.
Hey, Chris, can you come closer to your mic, please?
Yeah, sorry. If in subsequent years, the number of students taking AP courses and the number of students taking the exam and passing the exam in that course, and other measures that will determine if this model is meeting students' learning needs. I understand the imperative of doing this, but I'm really concerned that we're approaching this as a rip off the Band-Aid approach instead of doing the planning that we need to up front. And I know you can say we've been in this for 4 to 6 years. We have implemented pieces of it. But
And we have, I just gotta say, like, I'm gonna jump in and I'm gonna say this as a teacher, like, we have done this work and and I just want you to validate the fact that we have told parents about this. And I have asked for feedback from my families with students who've earned honors, and they've had positive experiences. And yeah, we need to like measure that more tangibly. I hear what you're saying, like you want stronger, more long-term data points on that, but like, yes, we've been in this work and we have done a lot of extensive conversations as a staff about this. And I don't have a tangible number to tell you how many staff members would say they are on board with this and ready to do this. But I can tell you in our department, there is not a person, an outlier who is not ready to do this work 100% at pace.
And that isn't what I've heard in visiting the schools. That's just not the narrative that I have heard, because what I have heard is there are a lot of teachers who don't agree with that. They don't think that the earned honors model provides the same experience as the standalone. And so that's what I'm talking about. We really need to hear from a wider range of teachers and students and parents in order to understand how people are experiencing this. I get it. I get the imperative. I understand the need to address this. And it's not good enough to just have an intention around this, but I really believe that we can implement the earned honors model in our core courses, which would be English, math, science, and social studies. And I think we can do that, but I really do, in order to make sure that the rigor and the challenge stays there, I think we have to implement that side by side with the standalone honors classes that already exist. And so I think the focus should be on continuing to get more students ready for both standalone and for earned honors classes. We have a lot of students from all different demographics who are accessing both earned honors and standalone honors around their interest area and around their level of preparation. It isn't everybody or nobody accessing these things. So I think, as Maya pointed out, she was saying that this is a lot more complex than just a simple yes or no. And there is a moral imperative to do this work, but the planning has to go first. And the planning, comprehensive planning, not just we've implemented this in a number of different classes, different schools doing different things, and we have anecdotal evidence or anecdotal things from our families that say it works.
At what point do we get to a point? If we have been in this school district for 30 years, at what point, if we've been here for 30 years, at what point do we say,
Maya,
enough is enough, and we move on?
Next year. This document shows a plan for creating the plan to implement this. It gives us guideposts for all the work that's going to be done. But doing it while keeping the standalone honors model allows you to put them side by side and make sure what we're implementing is also rigorous.
We've put them side by side, and all it's doing is creating that de facto segregation. I know that you said you came to my AP seminar course and it was fairly diverse, which I agree with, but I also asked you to come back and see the progression of my day, which didn't work out with our schedules, I guess, but because going from my pathways courses that are earned honors, and last year I had a standalone honors course, which was predominantly white, and then to my AP seminar course, it's a very different view. And I think the rigor that you're looking for, and that I believe Laura was also pointing out for students who want to specialize and are truly in that advanced learner space, maybe used to be honors, but now is AP. And so I think we are doing a lot of work. I think AVID is a big part of that work with supporting getting our students into those AP courses. But at the base level of our core courses, we're just perpetuating the segregation and we're continuing to contribute to the opportunity gap. And you pay me to be a professional in my field. And I worked really hard at UW-Milwaukee on my undergraduate degree with urban education emphasis. I worked really hard on my master's degree, social justice for educational leadership. And you pay me for that. And all the research, the data that you're looking for, the reason all the surrounding districts have gotten rid of honors is because the data says standalone perpetuates opportunity gaps. That is what the data says. And that is why the other districts have done it. And I'm happy to pull all the things from the essays I wrote and pull all the things from the book studies I've led to share with you. I can put that together for you. But that is what the data says. And the people you pay as professionals are telling you. And yes, we need student voice. And yes, we need parent voice. But also we're the experts in the room. Dr. Jenkins is the expert we've picked to run this district. And he's not just saying it as a moral imperative, but he knows the data behind that as well. And that's just really, it's frustrating though, hearing too, that it sounds like you feel like we have no plan, and we have been busting our butts on this and implementing this and doing such good work. And just because it's been a little bit different between some of the schools doesn't mean the work hasn't been happening. I thought, I was under the impression that we were phasing standalone honors out. And I will say my team at La Follette got incredibly frustrated when we didn't do that. And also acknowledging that some teachers may not be ready to take the step. We're a predominantly white institution of teachers too. And so some of our teachers might not be able to see those biases, and we need to listen to Dr. Jenkins at the head of our institution saying it's time, and Maya saying it's time to get rid of those de facto segregation spaces that we're upholding.
Okay, I think again, you're not recognizing the disparities that exist when students come into ninth grade. I took a look at the data. Over 40% of our students are below basic in their math skills, our current ninth graders. Over 33% are below basic in their reading skills. And what you're saying is that students with a range from elementary to college level need the same thing when they come into high school. And so that's the point I'm making. I'm not saying that. I'm saying everybody's learning needs need to be addressed. Right.
And our argument be done in the same space. It can be. If you trust us as professionals, that can be done in the same space. And you're not going to grow those kids coming in at the lower skill level. What standalone honors does, according to the data, is it helps kids in standalone honors. If you're worried about those kids coming in with the low skills, heterogeneous groupings of kids is what all the research says to grow those students.
And I think that's one set of research.
Let me drop another piece of research on you though, Chris.
Okay. No, you all,
go ahead.
It's okay. I'm going to stop. I'm just highly disappointed that this ends up being, we end up not being able to discuss it's okay.
Well, I would say to all of us, I do think
we end up not being able to discuss. Dr.
Go ahead.
Bacon.
Go ahead.
It ends up being turned into a discussion where a narrative of making progress isn't being seen. There are students who are accessing our standalone honors classes. We have made progress in that. We've done 5 years of work with equal opportunity schools to increase access for students of color and low-income students to our AP classes. And we were making progress in that area, and we stopped. And so I think we're defining a flashpoint here that doesn't need to be a flashpoint. because I truly do believe that we can meet the needs of all students without dismantling the opportunities that we have available and instead dismantle the barriers. So.
Okay. And I do think we have to be at a point where we can have discussion and tough discussions. And this is one. I've been back now, this is my 3rd year, and it was started before I got here. One data point recently from the NAEP exam, 65% of the students in America cannot read proficiently. So when you say 65%, what's the percentage of those students are students of color? The majority. I mean, when you think about it in terms of African-American, be it Latino or whatever. So it means really all of our students, regardless of race, we have some in every group. So this shouldn't turn, it is, if something is racist, call it racist. I say that all the time, right? But it's not just race. This is about humanity. Some of our poor students right now, who may not be African-American and who don't know about access, some of our students with disabilities, some are students of all groups. I think this is a defining moment for us as a district to really talk about it, but we can't keep dropping down barriers just as we're getting ready to go. I am in agreement about the plan. Well, we've had this discussion. You asked for it to be back on the agenda, and I was like, okay, great. Let's you and I talked about it. Let's have a discussion. But how we have the discussions, it does not lend itself towards continuous progress. It generally benefits those who are already receiving their access. And I'm saying, let's have a discussion about how we give everyone access to what we can do. We don't have to tear this down. We just have to increase this for everyone. And some think that they're losing. And when Board Member Pearson spoke about being a student and that experience, I'm going to say to all of you, being born foreign in Alabama and then coming to America, it's a different experience. Because I came with great hope of liberty and justice for all. I came with a great hope. But the more I experience America, it is just like, if not worse than Alabama. And what I'm saying, when I came back to Madison, I came back with the hope, this is the place. I bragged about Madison all over and saying, if it can be, it can happen in Madison, Wisconsin. I still believe that naively. I wake up every day coming to school saying, we're going to do it in Madison. It will be a breakthrough in Madison. And so I'm disheartened when I sit here and when I look the children in the face. You see this medallion, I wear it all the time. Our Native American students say we're not seen in our schools, curriculum, in our community. Every time you talk about it, it's like we're history. So when do they get a break? The Indigenous students. When do we get a break? Who gets a break? Who's in charge of that? So I will say unapologetically, I will work hard to get it done, but I am going to work hard to advocate that we do it for all students and we do it now. We do it now. The plan that was presented tonight say we sunset it all in 24. Freshman class next year, we do the work over the summer, this spring. We work together and you have great ideas. A lot of you have great ideas. All of us do. We bring them together. The time is now. Our time is now. What's going to be our legacy? That we continue to just do this and have conversations. You know, Madison's great at that, right? We have great conversations, but when are we going to execute? I'm just there. I'm sorry. I am there. You want to continue to have a conversation? Let's have it.
Absolutely.
And we can work together to get it done.
I don't think we have any disagreement that the work has to be done and we need to address these disparities. I think we disagree on the readiness of this plan to do that. And the metrics that we're using to measure our effectiveness.
And
So it's okay.
I agree with you. I agree with you there. I was just going to say this. I wholeheartedly disagree on the taxes that all of our family have been paying, particularly Black and brown, and they have not gotten the results yet. They pay the same taxes and no one has addressed it. If someone has addressed it, you tell me when and where. That teacher said we pay her to do the job. You pay her. It's really considered to be.
She does a
robbery.
really good job too.
Yes, she does. And I have to trust her. I have to trust all of them. We can't do it in isolation. We have to do it together. And I'm telling you, I've been around a while, 30-something years doing this. I have not seen a group of teachers come together this passionate. Will some say, no, I don't want to do it yet? Then I ask them, when do you want to do it? Just tell me when we can get there. And they'll never give me an answer when they want to do it. Sometimes you have to put the direction out and you have to bring your people together and we all have to work together and you have to just do our part. Our part is this. Let's clear the way and let them do it.
No, that's fine. I really hoped that, again, there would be a plan that was ready, that was coming to the board that we could vote on. I mean, I still hope we'll, maybe make some improvements to this plan along the way and see if there's a way to navigate through this where, we can really address the disparities that need to be addressed. And make sure this is being implemented with fidelity in a way that meets the learning needs of all students. So thank you.
Thank you. Good night. Thank you.
All right, Miss Cindy Green, would you like to close this out?
Absolutely. Thank you, Board Member Castro. I want to just respond to a few of the questions that did not get answered, and then I will close us out. Chris, you were talking about the plan. I think we heard it from a few of our staff people here, but I want to stress we do have a plan. We feel good about our plan. I did not mention before, but we also are in the initial conversations with Mike Jones and Natasha from MTI to pull together a group of staff in January for them to continue to have teachers outside of the ones we've been working directly with at the table as well, again, in our co-construction. The plan that we have put together, while you have not seen all the details, does also have metrics. I want to be careful about what additional metrics we want to pay attention to for certain courses, while we're not using those same metrics for all of our courses and what that means at the high school level. We have metrics that we look up through the strategic framework and then these additional metrics in there. In terms of the conversation, again, about starting at 9th grade versus K-8, a reminder that we also are working very hard at the 4 K-8 level to improve outcomes for our students before they get to high school. We feel like it's a both and plan where this is really important. All students born with the same gray brain matter all deserve the same opportunities and that same level of rigor. So we believe that is critically important. And we are also working unapologetically at the 4K8 level on increasing opportunities as well as improving specifically literacy and math outcomes for our students. So I just wanted to address that as well. The last question that I will respond to is what you mentioned in terms of November of our timeline. The reason you see that in our timeline is because we did come to the board in October and we shared the direction we were going with next year. And so we were moving forward with our plan as was in terms of how we were going to be providing information to our 8th grade students and families as part of the 8th to 9th grade transition work that happens through academic and career planning in middle schools in November. And so that was why that was in there. And that was the direction that we moved forward with in November. With that, I appreciate all staff that stayed with us late into the night. I know you did not anticipate being here, maybe past some of your bedtime. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you to our leaders. Thank you to our central office staff, everyone that shared their voice tonight and everyone that's been working extremely hard around this work as well as their advocacy in this area. So I appreciate that. And with that, I will turn it back over to you, Board Member Castro, to close us out for the night. Thank you.
All right, I move that we adjourn this meeting.
Second, Board Member Muldrow.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Meeting is adjourned.